See myself in the falling home. See the light come over me. See myself in the pouring rain. I watch hope come over me. Here we are in the pouring home. I watch the light man for the cone. I watch the light move across the screen. I watch the light come over me. Here we are now going to the east side. I pick up my friends and we start to ride. Ride all night, yeah, we ride all day. The sun may come, Lord, the sun may stay. Here we are now going to the west side. Weapons in hand, maybe go for a ride. The sun may come, Lord, the sun may stay. Watching out for the sunny day when there's love and darkness and my side. Guns in hand, maybe we can go for a ride. Some may come and go, some may stay. Watching out for a sunny day when it's love and darkness stand by side. Oh, hey,
Hey motherfuckers, can you guys hear me? I don't know what was going on before with our technical difficulties. So this is what happened. I had a stream event set up for the review, and then for some reason, unbeknownst to me, when I went to go stream off my OBS, it did not stream that event, and that thing that I had set up, it streamed an old live stream from like weeks ago, so I had to go back and change the settings on that so that we could actually be doing the correct thing. So I'm not really sure what happened, but it should be fixed now, and I think you guys should hear me. I'm correct? Oh, you guys hear me. That's adorable. Absolutely. Yeah, sorry about that. So that didn't exactly start as hype as I wanted it to. All right, this is it. You guys have been waiting for this for a while. I've been waiting for this for a while. This is pretty crazy. This has been 2 years in the making, I suppose. 2 years ago, just about, I did my Last Jedi live stream, where I came back. I am a boomer. Yes, this was very boomer of me. What a horrible way to start this off. 2 years ago, I did a live stream on a Friday when I came home after seeing The Last Jedi, and that kicked off a series of Last Jedi videos which helped boost this channel in subscribers and just reach. And then I stayed away from Star Wars for a while, and I saw someone say earlier that Pat's directly tried to avoid the Fandom Menace, and I have. If you guys know, I was on an episode of the High Council, and that's probably the closest I've come to it. And me and David Stewart talked about it for a little bit. Okay, Alex. And me and David Stewart talked about it a little bit, but yeah, I pretty much avoided Star Wars for the last 2 years. I did like a video on Solo. And then for the last 2 years, I've just been doing content that I want to do, because I didn't want to... Will you quit fucking texting me, Blood Money? You motherfucker. They hear the text when I'm fucking on the thing. God damn it. I'm trying to get Skype up on my end, Blood Money. That's the plan. Alright. But anyway, yeah, a lot of you guys have been wanting me to do Star Wars content, and I basically told you no, because I do what the fuck I want to do. And one of the things is I don't want to talk about Star Wars, and I don't want to do a video every time Leaks and Rumors comes out, and I don't want to do the same video over and over again. Well, yeah, I can put it on silent. It's just Blood Money should know better. Fucking needy bastard. Alright. Okay, baby. Blood Money's here, too. So, yeah, that's where we're at. So, but you know what? I thought about it. You guys deserve it. I need to sell out. I need to quit having integrity. So here is your fucking live stream for Rise of the Skywalker. And there will be a Box Office Addict on Sunday, and there will be an official review, which will be edited by my man Terrible Lizard, that'll come out next week. That's where we're at right now with Rise of the Skywalker. So I just got out of the theater, let's see, about 45 minutes ago. The review. No, this is not going to be my last video on Star Wars. I'm going to do a few videos, but which will be edited by my man Terrible Lizard. God damn it, hold on. That'll come out next week. That's where we're at right now. Sorry, I don't know why it's... I'm having all sorts of difficulties tonight. I think your best content are movie commentaries and improving reviews. Thank you. The film bombed in China. It was amazing. Well, of course it bombed in China. Star Wars doesn't do well in China. Anyway, though, I got out of the movie like 45 minutes ago. Hold on. Getting a message from Blood Money on Skype. I have to accept his friend request. I'll get a hold of you in a second, Blood Money. The echo went away. The echo was there for a second because it was playing the video. I like Doomcock. I would like to stream with Doomcock sometime on Please Rewind Live. So yeah. Anyway, let me give my initial thoughts on the movie, and then I'm going to bring Blood Money in, and we're going to talk about the movie because he saw it yesterday, and I think that'll be kind of a fun thing for you guys to hear us go back and forth and everything. So basically, it's weird to say. Well, I don't care what Razor Fist says. Razor Fist always says shit. He's like a prequel apologist now, and he likes to shit on Red Letter Media because he's clearly jealous of their success and relevance and culture that he doesn't have, even though he likes to think of himself as a fucking meme that he's not. And he really just got big in the last like year and a half. So I don't care, and we don't have to apologize to George Lucas because we didn't do anything to George Lucas. George Lucas made 3 horrible fucking movies and was rightfully criticized for making 3 horrible movies, and he chose to sell the franchise to Disney. He wasn't pushed by fans. I'm so sick of that fucking argument. And I'm also sick of this point going around that like, oh, we shit on Lucas. You know, it's very possible for 2 things to be true at the same time. It's very possible that the Disney movies are bad and that George Lucas made bad movies and made a lot of bad decisions, even going back to the original trilogy and Return of the Jedi. So I'm not in this. I had this argument on the High Council with Ethan Van Sciver and Geeks and Gamers and them, where they're all calling George Lucas a genius and saying that he was amazing. No, George Lucas is not like this, one of the great storyteller geniuses of our time. I don't agree with that. American Graffiti is one of my favorite films of all time. I'm not a George Lucas defender. George Lucas is still a problem. In general, even though I like a lot about George Lucas, I sound more negative than I do, but I'm so sick of this retroactive, like, you know, the prequels really weren't that bad now in retrospect. Yes, they were. They were bad. Well, that was the best Harry Potter and the Cursed Child ripoff I've ever seen. I hate everything Video Red Scanner kind of had him defending his own reviews. Oh my god. Well, of course. So here's my take on the movie, though. This was clearly J.J. Abrams giving a fuck you to Rian Johnson, as Rian Johnson gave Last Jedi was made to be a fuck you to J.J. Abrams in The Force Awakens. I've never seen this before in a movie trilogy. I've just never fucking seen this. I've never seen a movie made by a successful filmmaker that blew up like this, and then they bring in a different writer and director, and he just shits on everything that guy set up, and then they bring back the old director and let him respond by shitting on what the other guy did. It's fucking mind-blowing that this has happened. This whole movie is filled with stuff that, from a meta standpoint, if you will, is directly saying that everything Rian Johnson did in The Last Jedi was wrong, and that JJ seems mad about it, and the cast and JJ himself has been throwing RJ under the bus, and rightfully so. Rian Johnson deserves the blame for a lot of this because he fucked up so royally with the screenplay in Last Jedi. Yeah, I still think Attack of the Clones is like awful. Yeah, it's incoherent, it's convoluted, this doesn't make sense as a trilogy, especially now that this film is out. But I want to go back in time a little bit before we go into the full review and analysis of this movie. I remember when Force Awakens came out, and I had a lot of problems with that movie. And I remember all of the people that defended it because it was critically acclaimed, it was a huge hit, everyone loved it. The first like 2 weeks it came out, and everyone told me all the stuff that you have problems with, the First Order not making any sense, the 30-year gap not making any sense, the Luke stuff not making any sense, race powers, that's all going to be explained in the next movie. That's what everyone told me. That was a friend of mine, and I remember reading that. And then Last Jedi came out and didn't do any of that. And then all these people loved The Last Jedi, and then told me that I had a problem because I didn't like that something was different and bold, and that it was deconstructing Star Wars, and I didn't like that I didn't get my fan theories. And I said okay, and then they said the next movie then that follows that up, because this was the argument that was made at the time when Last Jedi came out, was like, well, clearly if they bring JJ in or another filmmaker, they're not going to follow up what he did on Last Jedi. So this is going to be a convoluted trilogy that makes no sense because Last Jedi didn't make any sense as a sequel to Force Awakens. And they all said, no, the next movie will figure this out. Now that this movie is out, I hope that these people have enough integrity, which I know they don't because they're too blinded by their fucking fanboy, just jizz nature about this. They're like Zack Snyder fans, how Zack Snyder fans pretend that they're DC fans, so they argue every Zack Snyder film as like the comic book greatness and how it represents DC, even though they're just Zack Snyder fans, but they're pretending that they're the biggest DC fans and that Marvel fans don't get comic books. Now that this is out, I hope these people can admit that there was no plan for this trilogy. It is convoluted, and even if you like The Last Jedi, now that this film exists, all of the flaws in Last Jedi, or even positives that you might have found, are now ruined by this movie. So there's really nothing to defend anymore. There's really no argument anymore that the next movie will fix it, that the next movie will solve the problem, that it all is building to something, that it all means something. It doesn't. There was no plan. It was all bullshit. And all of the Last Jedi defenders, I said 2 years ago when Last Jedi came out, and it's on one of those streams or in one of those videos, I remember saying in one of them that in 2 years, when the next movie comes out, critics are going to turn on Star Wars and give the next movie negative reviews and retroactively talk about The Last Jedi a little bit differently and attack the fandom for the fall in quality because they were so ready to love Last Jedi and praise it. And then when everyone when there was this outcry that it was bad, then it was, oh, well, Rotten Tomatoes, the audience score doesn't matter. Oh, they polled people with Cinema Score. And it's been scientifically proven that people love this movie. It's a masterpiece. You still hear this shit 2 years later that oh, it's a fucking masterpiece after all this time. And the thing is that the critics have turned on Star Wars. They've turned on JJ, their boy, who's had nothing but positively reviewed movies up until this movie, by the way. And they turned around and said, well, you know what? Now we hate Star Wars. They did the same thing with fucking Solo. And now they're saying that, like, oh, it's the fans. And who are they attacking? They're not attacking Disney. They're not attacking Rian Johnson. They're not attacking the lack of a coherent narrative throughout these three movies. They're just attacking people who didn't like Last Jedi because they like Last Jedi and because they're sheep, and it validates their opinion to like Last Jedi. It validates their self-worth. They have to attack others because everything that we said would happen after Last Jedi is fucking happening. This is having a lower opening weekend than the previous two. Right now it's tracking at 195, which is lower than Last Jedi and Force Awakens. It's got like 59% on Rotten Tomatoes, which makes it one of the worst reviewed Star Wars films. And of course, it's everyone's fault for the last 2 years for pointing out very valid criticisms of The Last Jedi. And it wasn't a vocal minority. It's how a lot of people felt. Deadline Hollywood's a perfect example of this. Deadline Hollywood was the first person to put up the articles. They were the first ones to source the articles about CinemaScore and Rotten Tomatoes, that it was all just trolls and Russian bots and it was all fake. And even recently in their box office breakdown of this movie, they said, in their box office analysis, they said, yeah, people were burnt out over Last Jedi, which clearly affected Solo and its close release date. And clearly this is affecting it on an international level, not just domestically. So even they're pulling a 180 on this shit now. And acting like that you know, like, oh, well, you know what? Maybe people didn't like The Last Jedi. Yeah, no fucking shit. People had problems with The Last Jedi. And it wasn't just hardcore Star Wars fans. It was casuals. It was mainstream movie audiences because it was a weird, confusing, fucked up movie. Because with Force Awakens, JJ established a thing that's like, where do we go next after this? And after Last Jedi, that ruined any kind of momentum that this had and made things even more abstract and all over the place. But if you're going to do a sequel, you have to follow up what Rian Johnson did in The Last Jedi. You can't go backwards with that. You can't, retroactively do what you want to do. You have to follow up on the thing with the little kid having the Force at the end of the movie, and that Rey's parents don't matter, and that anyone can be the hero. Anyone can be a a Jedi or use the Force. You don't have to have lineage. Your name doesn't have to mean anything. That was a big theme in The Last Jedi, that anyone can be the hero. And the kid at the end having the Force, and you know, he thinks about the rebellion or the resistance, what have you. It's the same fucking thing. This movie completely betrays that. Rey is related to somebody important to the mythology. There's nothing with those kids that have the Force. All of that stuff that Rian Johnson thematically did at the end of that movie is thrown out the fucking window. And JJ now goes back in time. It says, no, actually, it's exactly what you wanted it to be. It's the Skywalker saga. It even ends with Rey taking the name Skywalker, and the Skywalkers live on. It's the rise of the fucking Skywalkers, man. And this is just the most insane thing I've ever seen in recent Hollywood. I can't believe this even happened. So this is the worst edited Star Wars film by far. This is the worst paced Star Wars film in a lot of ways too, even though I think Last Jedi has worse pacing. This is weird to say. Last Jedi, I think, is a better movie than this, but I enjoyed this movie more than Last Jedi, which freaks me out. And I'll even go further than that I like Rey in this movie more than I liked her in Last Jedi and Force Awakens. That's not me saying that I liked Rey, by the way, but I liked her more in this movie. And I also thought that this movie, even though it was very badly edited and schlocky and campy and stupid and hilarious, was a more entertaining movie than Last Jedi, just because of that, just because it was so fucking goofy, and the Emperor stuff was so goofy, that yeah, that's the thing. It is like Justice League, where like Last Jedi and Batman v Superman are so pretentious, and this movie really wasn't pretentious. It was so dumb, and JJ wasn't trying to do anything with it, that it just kind of made it more fun to watch. Setting in the theater, you know, it wasn't like I got less pissed off than I did watching The Last Jedi. I remember Last Jedi, I was so pissed off and so disturbed about what Rian Johnson was saying thematically with that movie, and then how people defended it. Where this movie, on the other hand, this is just like a bad generic Star Wars movie. Its biggest crime is that it's the end of the saga, and that it really ruins this trilogy instead of elevating this trilogy at the end. But it's a bad fucking movie. I mean, let me get out of the way. Rise of the Skywalker is a bad fucking movie. This is J.J. Abrams' worst film, which is weird to say. This is worse than Star Trek. Star Trek Into Darkness pissed me off more, but this is a worse movie just from a filmmaking construction, the way it's constructed and put together. This is a worse film than Mission Impossible 3, obviously. It's a worse film than Force Awakens. Overall, as a movie, even though I had more fun watching this, but this is a worse movie than those films, all of his films. This is like a Michael Bay movie in a lot of ways, in the way that it's put together, and the way it flows, and the constant throwing out of one-liners and cuts and things that don't make sense. It felt like J.J. Abrams went full Michael Bay with this movie, which is pretty crazy. But we'll talk about the beginning here. So the beginning, Kylo Ren is on a planet just killing the fuck out of people, and he gets the MacGuffin. And then he goes to meet the Emperor, which is just out of fucking nowhere. That the Emperor's in this fucking movie, and he's like, I created Snoke, I'm every voice in your head. So wait, he was Snoke? Somebody in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess this established that the Emperor was Snoke the whole time, which I don't know if this was JJ's plan from the beginning, or he just didn't know what to do after Rian Johnson killed Snoke. So it's like, whatever. So Palpatine's back in this fucking movie, and he tells Kylo, like, yes, I created everything. I'm the voice in your head. And then apparently he's been able to build like 1,000 Star Destroyers with the ability to blow up planets like the Death Star. Now, the Death Star was the size of a moon, so I could buy that it could kill. That's right, cloning. Yeah, they show like a clone Yeah, no, this was clearly like it's so stupid that like the emperor is made a clone of himself and manipulated Kylo Ren and like it's so silly. Um that's right, he did have the Snoke clone in the tank. It's just that was all very confusing. I saw it visually, but I felt like the movie has so much exposition, and there's so much happening, and the editing and the flow of it's not very good, that I don't think a lot of that made sense. I don't think they did a good job of explaining that it was Snoke clones and all of that stuff. I all thought that stuff happened so fast, but he's able so like anyway, the Death Star was the size of a fucking moon, and there's just Star Destroyers now, and they have a cannon on the bottom, and they can blow up planets now, and there's like 1,000 of them, and they all can blow up planets. Where the fuck did he get the parts for this technology? How the fuck did he survive getting thrown down a fucking shaft? I guess he was cloned. Where what? And he's on, like, he's near Endor. Like, how did this all happen? Yeah, they didn't bother to explain anything. He's just still alive somehow. He just shows up in the beginning of the movie and tells Kylo he's fucking alive, and it's like, what's going on? Like, it's immediately like confusing. Like, it doesn't make sense. You're just like, okay, I'll go with it. Fuck it. Star Wars. And then he tells Kylo, you have to go find Rey. She's not who you think you are. And we continue with the exposition. So then we go to I don't think Rey's the next scene, right? Where Rey's training with Leia. It's like the Poe and Finn thing. So we get Poe and Finn, who are horrible in this movie. Poe in particular is horrible in this movie. I remember liking Poe so much in that first movie, in Force Awakens. And then his character was so poorly written in Last Jedi, but Oscar Isaac was still good. And then this movie, Poe's like fucking awful and an asshole. So it's Finn and Poe running away in the Millennium Falcon, and there's a spy, and they're getting information, and then Rey is meditating, and trying to communicate with the Force, and she's being trained by Leia, who I guess is in this. I guess she's in this with footage that were deleted scenes. How did they get Carrie Fisher in this movie? It felt awkward. It was very awkward, Carrie Fisher in the film. It didn't look like she was part of the environment. And her dialogue felt like ADR'd or something, or like mixed around. It never felt like Leia was actually there in the movie. I don't know what they did to put her in the movie, but it was very confusing and odd, to say the least. So then Rey goes on a training mission, so she's just running through the woods and shit, and she's fighting one of those ball things that Jedi trained with. How did they mix the leftover footage? It looked fucking weird. Like, it was so bizarre. How did they take the footage from TFA and mix it with Rey and then change dialogue around? Or was there a scene in TFA where Rey was training with Leia? They imposed old unused footage onto scenes filmed for it. Okay, that makes sense then. Because she never felt like she was in the environment or anything. Yeah, it did feel unnatural. So Rey's training and fighting the ball things, and she's fucking Rey, so she's great. And then Kylo does that Force Connect thing with her. I like the one comment somebody said, did any scene last longer than 5 minutes? That's a great fucking point. This movie had horrible pacing. Like, that there was... Not necessarily that the movie itself didn't flow totally, but that, like, yeah, scene to scene transitions, like, yeah, scenes only lasted, like, 2 minutes. Within scenes, cuts or moments happened within, like, 10 seconds and jump to something else. It was fucking ridiculous. So then fucking Kylo and Rey have their Force bond bullshit, and he's like, you have to come talk to me and all that. And then Kylo puts his mask back together, which feels like JJ very much directly commenting on Rian Johnson having Kylo break the mask and not wear it in Last Jedi. It feels like, oh, you're going to break it? Well, I'm going to put it back together. And thematically, I think this represents JJ saying he's trying to put things back together. The Kylo Ren helmet represents this, that I'm going to put the pieces back together again and fix Star Wars and make a movie that everybody's going to like. I could be wrong, but that feels like what was doing. And they even like mimic a scene from New Hope where they're all talking and Kylo hits a guy up on the ceiling, which is very similar to the fucking Darth Vader chokeout scene. That scene immediately transitions and cuts to something else, like very quickly. So then the trio gets back together. It's, Poe, Finn, and Rey, and they're all acting like friends, even though we haven't spent any time with these characters, so we have no emotional connection to them as a trio. And they're bantering where it's like, what did you do with BB-8? What did you do to the Millennium Falcon? And they're like, we needed you there, Rey. You're our best fighter. And it's like, yeah, but Poe, you're the best pilot. But she's telling him how to not use the Falcon because she's a better pilot and understands the Falcon better than the best pilot in the galaxy. So Poe's character is pretty much useless because Rey's just better than everybody at everything. Yeah, Kylo asked if he was bothered by his, do you not like the helmet? It was like he was insecure. What's wrong with my helmet, Hux? Hux in general, but so one great thing though, we didn't talk about Blood Money. Richard Grant's in this movie, with Nell and I. I had a lot of fun with him being in this movie, by the way. So anyway, there was no dynamic between the characters here, and this movie really exposed that Poe, Finn, and Rey, because they were separated throughout Last Jedi, and they barely spent time together in Force Awakens. Finn and Rey kinda did. That we didn't get to spend any time with them, so it feels hollow. This whole movie feels hollow whenever it's about the trio and that dynamic, because you don't really know them that well. You don't know their relationship that well. The friendship feels rushed because you got to think about it. Poe and Finn only knew each other for like a few hours and they became best friends. And then Finn only knew Rey for a few hours and became best friends. And in Last Jedi, he's obsessed with her, even though he only knew her for like 12 hours. And then in this movie, it's like they're all in love with each other, but we've never seen them actually form those bonds to fall in love with each other. So it doesn't make sense. Like, at least with the original trilogy, one of the joys of watching A New Hope is watching Han Solo, Carrie Fisher, and Mark Hamill become friends, and Han's character slowly changed, and Leia starting to like him through that movie, so that you get that bond, so that the sequels make sense, because they went through this journey together. The three of them had to meet in order for the Death Star to be blown up, in order for them to save the day. And that was something that was so beautiful about it, where you don't get that sense, that same feeling from this trio and their journey over these three films. So then they have to go find another MacGuffin, because this movie's got the fucking dagger thing and these pyramid things, and they all lead to like the Emperor, and I don't know what all of this has to do with anything. This is very lazy writing. What the fuck, man? Chris Terrio. Guy writes Argo, wins an Oscar. Everyone's like, yo, Chris Terrio. And then he writes Batman v Superman with Zack Snyder, and then he works on Justice League, and now this. I'm starting to think that dude didn't deserve that Oscar for Argo. I'm starting to think Ben Affleck, or that the book it was based off. I'm starting to think like somebody else was the reason Argo was so good. I don't think it had anything to fucking do. Oh yeah, Rose Tico's in the movie though, but very little. JJ made it very clear to put as little of Rose Tico in this as possible. So yeah, fuck Chris Terrio. Why is JJ Abrams writing with this guy? Why is Chris Terrio involved in every major franchise all of a sudden? I don't know. From one movie he wrote a screenplay for that was acclaimed. Now he gets to work on these big blockbusters that are nothing like that movie he wrote the screenplay for. This isn't Argo. A Batman v Superman wasn't Argo. So the screenplay to this is fucking horrible, and that it just introduces the Emperor out of nowhere. You could tell there was reshoots. You could tell that there was scenes slapped together. It was God, the editing is really the thing I want to focus on. What a badly edited and put together movie. I mean, it's fucking astonishing that this happened. I don't think Colin Trevorrow would have been able to do anything after Last Jedi. I think Last Jedi set up the next filmmaker to fucking fail, no matter what they did. he pretty much fucked the next guy to make the movie after him. So then they go on their mission to a desert planet. They take 3PO with them. C-3PO's in this movie for a lot of it for some fucking reason. And so they use the dagger to find out where they need to go, but C-3PO can't decipher it because it's in Sith, and he can't do that. It's against his programming. So they decide that they're gonna wipe C-3PO's memory in order to get this information. These are our main characters. These are the people that we're supposed to care about and think are moral people, right? Our new trio. These people say, you know what, C-3PO? We don't give a fuck about your memories. We don't care about your connections with everybody. We just need this goddamn information, all right? So fuck you. And they try to do this emotional thing like, I'm taking one last look at my friends. But it's really like, how are these people your friends? You don't know them. And remember when I criticized that in the trailer? Well, maybe some of you don't, but I remember on Twitter, yeah, R2 gives him his memory back, but at the time, that's not the conversation, right? I said on Twitter, I remember I was like, yeah, but he doesn't know them, so why is this scene supposed to be emotional? And then everyone said, well, you haven't seen the movie yet. The movie takes place a year after Last Jedi, so you'll see that there'll be a friendship established between them and C-3PO. Well, that was all bullshit, because you see none of that friendship established between C-3PO and these characters, and they really don't give you a sense of time. So yes, the scene doesn't work where C-3PO says that they're his friends. They're not. Because friends don't do that to their friends. They don't have you wipe your fucking memory. I'm not saying that there wasn't a logical reason for them to do it to get the information they needed, but because it was all done as a plot device that was supposed to have this emotional manipulation to make you feel sad, for C-3PO. Yeah, I'll change it at some point. That's just the picture I have up for right now. Because I don't know what else to put up. But it was used to be this emotionally manipulative thing that you're supposed to feel bad for C-3PO, but because of the way the scene's executed and how cheap it is, you don't end up caring about it, and it doesn't really feel, and it's so rushed that you don't feel the struggle of that. So that's an immediate problem. A lot of Chewie in this movie too, for some fucking reason. You know, I'm not acting like I don't love Chewie, but it was just weird how much it was fucking Chewie. And then Lando shows up, that's fun. And he starts asking about Leia because Han's not around, so he's basically like, yo, I want to fuck Leia. Can I get some of that Leia pussy? Which is, you know, I'm not gonna act like that wasn't entertaining. Cause it was. It was definitely entertaining. Melt C-3PO down. Yeah, they're melting him and he gives the thumbs up from Terminator 2. I mean, I like Chewie too, man. I'm not acting like I dislike Chewie. I'm a Chewie fan. But it was just like, you know, it felt desperate how much there was Chewie and C-3PO. But yeah, I love Lando being a pimp. Like, yo, tell Leia I send my love. I mean, it was like he was gonna send them, give them a dick pic and tell them to take it back to Leia because Han's dead now. So he's like, I'm finally getting me some of that. I was caught in a Twitter skirmish with some Last Jedi defenders, as I often am. And they're a bunch of fucking morons. Because they were trying to claim that, oh, that goofy shit in Last Jedi, that's always been part of the series. What about that scene where Chewbacca swings from the vines at the Tarzan sound? And I argued back, yes, that's also very goofy and stupid and fucking awful movie. That doesn't make the Last Jedi stuff good because George Lucas put something stupid in Return of the Jedi. You know, Empire Strikes Back isn't filled with scenes like that. The first movie has some goofy stuff, but nothing that goofy. So they wiped the memory, what the fuck, whatever. Or somewhere around there. It's some scene. I don't even think I have the timeline of these things right. I think they wiped the memory after where I'm at. I'm thinking about, I'm actually getting mixed up where they meet Lando in the desert scene, then later they wipe C-3PO's memory. So okay, it went offline for like 5 seconds. That was weird. Sorry, guys. What the hell? What the hell? Is it offline still? I can I can see you guys. Wait, let me know if the stream's offline. Can anyone hear me? Do you guys need to refresh? Because I can't refresh. That's not how this works. Okay, you guys can still hear me? Okay. It might have just went out for a second because the video output's low because I'm not... Hold on. Because, yeah, it's just a still image. So when you ever have, like, a low video output, it's always, like, low video output. You'll see that the stream is quite operational. So I fucked up here. I forgot about the desert scene. So there's the fucking desert scene with Rey, because Kylo's been hunting her down. Oh, yeah, by the way, the Knights of the Ren are in this movie. They just showed the fuck back up. The ring wraiths of this new trilogy are in this one. This was like, yeah, very Lord of the Rings, which was fucking weird. Like how fucking Lord of the Rings. Like even when they showed up, it was like Lord of the Rings music and the ring wraiths. It was like, what the fuck? What are you trying to be, Peter Jackson? Is this Peter Jackson's Return of the, you know, the Skywalker King? The last Skywalker. So then the fucking, yeah, there's the scene that is in the trailer that I was all excited about. Well, not really, but it seemed like cool in the movie where, you know, she feels Kylo coming and he's coming at her with the ship, and then she does the flip and cuts the wing off of it, and then Chewie gets kidnapped by the First Order. And this whole sequence is fucking horrible, actually, because if you think about the staging of it and how bad it is. So they're on the ship, Chewie goes off, gets captured with the dagger, Rey separates herself from the group to go face Kylo, Finn then goes to... Yeah, they send Chewie out to go talk to Rey. It's so fucking stupid. He gets captured, then Finn goes out following this, sees that Chewie got captured after... Yeah, they fly now. Oh my god, that scene, yeah, where the stormtroopers are flying. Oh my god, you're right. I just saw this movie and I forgot about that shit. She feels Kylo coming. But the staging of this, like, somebody wrote this. Chris Terrio and J.J. Abrams wrote this, like, hey, Rey leaves the ship that they're on, that they need to escape on. Then Chewie goes out to tell her. They're like, Chewie, go tell her to leave. It was like a fucking movie that would be on Mystery Science Theater 3000. Then Finn goes outside and Chewie's in the background getting taken away. And he's like, Chewie, no! And then he runs out to Rey and he's like, Rey, they got Chewie! And she grabs the ship with the Force, which is something that a lot of people wanted to see, like Luke Skywalker do in the new movies, and a lot of people told us it would be stupid, but it actually looks badass. She's grabbing the ship, and then Kylo grabs the ship, and they're playing, like, I don't know, they're playing tug of war with it. I don't really know what Kylo's plan is, because I'm pretty sure it's going to go bad either way, because, you know, she's pulling it and he's pushing it. This can't be good for the ship itself. No, jet troopers could have been cool. Yeah, they learned to fly within the last year. But yeah, the staging of this sequence, like the blocking of it, the mise-en-scene, if you will, the way it was put together. So yeah, they're tug of warring between this fucking ship, and then it blows up, and they're like, "Oh my god, Chewie's dead! Fucking Chewie died!" And you're like, "Wow, what an anticlimactic death for Chewie." Then you think about Akbar, and you're like, "Oh yeah, of course it's that way." So then she feels bad because she uses Force lightning. So she's like the dark side. She's like the Emperor. She's like using lightning. It's like, holy shit. And she killed Chewie. Then they leave all sad that Chewie's dead, and Kylo just watches them leave. He just sits there and watches the ship fly off, and he doesn't do anything. I don't know why. Why doesn't he grab their ship when they're leaving like Rey grabbed the ship with Chewie on it? And then out of nowhere, Chewie is on the ship of the First Order, which is now the New Order, which, fuck you, no, the Final Order. New Order is a great band. The Final Order, which is even more lame than the First Order as a name. Then Chewie shows up and he's alive somehow, which feels like a reshoot, because here's my argument for this. You cannot do this fake out for two reasons. One is the way that they stage the sequence. Is that the staging of it is that you see the ship fly off, Finn's watching it, so wouldn't he know what ship Chewie's on? So he somehow sees a different ship. Two, Rey has the Force, so she would sense if Chewie was on the ship or not. So when she says Chewie's on there and she feels bad, she is feeling Chewie on that ship. But because of that cut, they're establishing that no, Chewie wasn't on that ship. The Knights of the Ren captured Chewie, then just walked away throughout all others. You could make an argument if Rey didn't have the Force, and it was established that the Force you can sense through ships, so she would know if Chewie was on it or not. So that's why it makes no fucking sense. But then Chewie's just alive because they didn't want to kill Chewie off, and they wanted to keep the dagger around. So then it's a rescue mission to save Chewie. I mean, this all happens like it's like boom, 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 boom. Like there's no like slow scenes where characters talk and like reflect on what's going on. You know, they're not contemplating everything. Like it's like this immediacy. Like we have to go do this, and that. Everything just hits boom, 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 boom. It's fucking ridiculous. And so they gotta save Chewie now because they find out Chewie's alive later, and they just introduce new characters in this movie. Like they introduce Poe's ex-girlfriend from his past, which is underdeveloped, and it doesn't matter because there's too many things going on in this movie to focus on it. And then they introduce this new girl when they get to the planet and near the end of the movie, and her and Finn are like having a romance, even though it's clear Lando's gonna fuck her. Yeah, you have to spend like 15 minutes somewhere. Yes, exactly, like Lord of the Rings. Like we need to spend time in the setting to get involved in it, and then have something play out and happen. But this movie, they go to a location and things start happening in like 5 minutes. And it's this constant thing where Kylo is sensing Rey with that Force bond they have, and that's how he's chasing her. That's basically the structure of the movie: is Kylo's chasing Rey all the time, and they're doing that Force bond thing from Last Jedi. Now, I will say, as a compliment, to this movie and to the whole trilogy, I like that element. I like that element that they introduced with the Force, and I like it visually in this movie. I like Kylo and Rey being connected, and I like that they can exchange things all Nightmare on Elm Street style. I like when he has the water on his hand from the island, and I like the scene in this movie whenever he becomes part of her environment and she becomes part of his environment. I think it looks fucking cool. I think it's a cool idea. It feels organic as an evolution within the Force, where there's other powers that feel completely inconsistent. Like now Rey has the ability to heal people and give them Force energy, which I guess people would say it's like how Palpatine could stop death. But yeah, now Rey can just heal you. She's like a water bender. She has water bending powers where she can heal you with the water. Like an Avatar. Star Wars New Order, Kylo Ren and Finn are sure in a bizarre love triangle. But I liked the Force projection, see each other thing. I thought that was actually really cool. I you know what? They may have been hinting at it being his daughter, but in my head that he was gonna bang that girl. And even if he was, it was gonna be it's gonna be like Old Boy, you know? It's gonna be like Old Boy, he's gonna bang his daughter. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense when I think about it in my head. Also, you know, what's wrong with incest in this universe? This is a universe filled with incest. So it's not bad. But does that make Kylo Zuko? It definitely makes Kylo Zuko. 100%. Because I always used to say Zuko was good Anakin, like a good version of the Anakin Skywalker character. Yeah, I guess the Force, you can just heal people now. Like if you get a cut, the Force, you can Wolverine people. The Last Jedi, now you gotta deal with it. Oh my god, that's fucking great. She is like Korra. I didn't even think about that. Rey is a lot like fucking Korra. It's actually ridiculous. So then this fucking So yeah, the Chewie thing makes no sense. Then they're on this planet with, and they talk about Poe's past, and then, uh, Kylo and Rey have this fight with the Force thing where they're fighting in his chambers with the Darth Vader helmet. And he's like, "Where are you? Tell me." Which I don't know how he doesn't know where she is, because if that's his chambers, don't you think he'd be able to recognize the walls and shit? But he doesn't recognize it until he sees the Darth Vader helmet. So that confused me. I was like, wouldn't he know? Like, wouldn't he fucking know what his chambers look like? I don't. Anyway, I don't know. That didn't make any sense to me. But it's this cool thing, like, transition wise. Like, she's walking in his environment and he's walking in hers, and the editing is reflecting that while they have a lightsaber duel. While Finn, Poe, and the gang are trying to save Chewie, and then you find out Hux is a spy for the Resistance because he wants to defeat Kylo Ren because he's mad at Kylo Ren. Oh, Charlie from Lost is in this, or what is he? He's Pippin, right? He's either Mary or Pippin. Which one was he? He's in this, for like 3 scenes because JJ had to throw him in there. Like, hey, did you like Lost? Here's one of the hobbits. Okay, Blood Money made the old boy comparison. But I'll top it and call it Black Boy with the. And if he'd have pulled out a Colt 45, that would have made the scene better. So Mary, yeah, fucking Mary's in this movie for like 3 scenes, and it was very weird. You know, it's like, JJ, he's a little too famous to be a background character in this movie. He's just a little too famous to be in this movie in the background like this. You can do that with that motherfucker that's in all of your shit. You know, that guy that's in this who gets blown up in this movie and he's gotten fat. The guy that was on Heroes, who's a cameo in like every J.J. Abrams thing. You can't do that with this fucking guy from Lord of the Rings and was Charlie on Lost. Like, you can't. Was it Dominique Monaghan? Is that his name? You can't put him in this and just be like, hey, here's 5 lines of dialogue. It's like, he's more famous than a lot of the people you have in this movie. So yeah, this whole ship thing, Hux is betrays them. I mean, betrays the Final Order now, because he hates Kylo because Kylo, cucked him. I guess Kylo made him look like a bitch, and now they have to go to this. They have to go like I don't think they go to Endor. Do they go to Endor? Or do they go by Endor, where the Death Star 2 is collapsed? Is that on Endor? Because I gotta tell you, there was Ewoks in this movie, but I was hoping to see more Ewok. I was very disappointed by the lack of Ewok in this goddamn movie. In my head, the beautiful thing in this movie was like the Emperor had been on Endor these last few years, and he had been grooming Ewoks to be evil minions of his, little soldier Ewoks that he was training in the dark side of the Force. So I wanted, the new trio to go to Endor and find the Emperor, but he has like 10,000 evil teddy bears that have the Force. Because really, when you think about it, right, what could JJ do that would blow all of our minds? And that would be to make Ewoks fucking cool. And not just cool, fucking scary. Because really, think about it. If you're like Kylo Ren or Rey or Poe and Finn, what's fucking scarier than 1,000 evil teddy bears coming after you? Savage little creatures. Like, they have sharp teeth now, and they have like evil eyes. They become like complete like Lord of the Flies. Like, and they're mocap. They're all mocapped by Andy Serkis. Andy Serkis evil Ewoks. Yeah, exactly. Evil Ewoks. Because Ewoks are fucking scary. Like Kylo pulls his lightsaber out and the Emperor's like, no, I've been training my new minions, my new Padawans. And then like a bunch of Ewoks come out of the shadows, like the ending part where Rey's in the like stadium with the Emperor. It's all Ewoks and they all have cloaks on, like an Ewok with a lightsaber, and they're coming at you and and Kylo's just cutting Ewoks in half with his lightsaber, and they're jumping on him and biting at his neck, and he's pulling him off. It's fucking scary, man. Yeah, they'd be like gremlins. Yeah, they have red lightsabers and shit. They're doing flips. They're like Yoda in the prequels. They're doing flips off Kylo and jumping around and fucking. I mean, think about it. Thousands of mo-capped Ewoks that are evil with the Sith. It's fucking scary. It would be so scary. And Rey can't fight them. She's running from them. It's like a like an Indiana Jones scene. Like you show Rey running and you don't show what's behind her, and then the camera starts to pan over like Spielberg, and you just see like 10,000 Ewoks, like Lord of the Rings, like orcs. They're just running with like spears and lightsabers, and they're trying to kill her. Um, it would be fucking amazing. I would give JJ the Oscar right fucking there, and I would buy the fucking DVD. You first see the Ewoks, and they're like eating a dead creature on Endor, like savages. Like they're eating its neck and shit like that. Like there's like a deer or whatever. Whenever one of those fucking things that Rose and Finn rode in fucking Last Jedi, and they're eating it. And they're like, what are these things? They're called Ewoks. What do they do? They're savages. And so I don't know. I just thought about that, and it would make the Emperor seem more cunning. Like the Ewoks saved him, and they've kept him in a shrine, and they've been like nursing him back to health and everything. Obviously, they've been doing sexual favors. All of the above. They've been feeding him, pleasuring him. What else are they gonna do? I'd like to see an Ewok eat a porg. Actually, that would be fucking sweet. Yeah, the last Guardian horses, the Ewoks are eating them. They kill one of our human characters. They eat them. Rape them. I mean, it's graphic, So yeah, so they go to Endor, I guess, and they're like, "Hey, we have to go to this wreckage of the Death Star." And they're like, "No, we're gonna wait till we can avoid the water." And Rey's like, "Fuck that! I'm good at everything. I'm gonna get on my boat and go over there by myself, cause fuck you guys, I'm Rey." So they're all like, oh, "Okay." So she goes over there and she's trying to find the MacGuffin with the other MacGuffin. This is just the red letter media theory with evil Ewok cultists saving serving Palp. It sounds way better than what we got. I would argue I had the Ewok thing before Red Letter Media, so I don't want to give them credit for that because I've been making this joke for years. You can go back to a box office addict stream I did like a year and a half ago where I made this exact pitch where I talked about evil Ewoks like Lord of the Flies. So no, this is... Red Letter Media doesn't get credit for this one. Sorry. Sometimes an idea is universal and it's not something that they just came up with. If you want later, I will post a link to that in the comments. But some of my fans will remember I said this exact same thing like a year and a half ago. Way before Red Letter Media did. I'm not stealing this from them. I had this idea before. Not saying they stole it from me either. Just saying we had the same idea. Because it's obvious. Yeah, savage Ewoks. That's what Ewoks should have always been. He was obviously able to sail a boat in water. They're really not. No, I mean I love Red Letter Media, but this is a problem I have with a lot of their. Not a problem with them, but like I'll do a review of a movie, and then they'll do a review of the movie, and it's like the exact same review, and we make the same points. And I think a lot of the time people think I'm ripping off Red Letter Media's review, even though I uploaded my review like the same day or the day before, and people like it's just a weird thing. I think I just agree with them. I think me, Mike, Rich, and Jay just agree on shit and think about things the same way. Because I pretty much agree with almost every review they give, especially Jay. Me and Jay have like the exact same opinion on everything. And we like a lot of the same film. Like how he likes David Lynch and the way he likes that. That's exactly how I like shit. So it's just a weird thing. It's just a lot of the time I just agree with them and I have the same kind of thoughts they do about something. Because I love those guys, I can't wait to see their review of this. Yeah, I've been into Red Letter Media. You think that you invented the Ewok rape and savagery, but I found it ever since I was a little boy. I was molded by it even. Oh yeah, there's too much Ewok rape in this movie. For you. For me, there wasn't enough. Speak of a raping Ewok, and he shall appear. Um, I don't think they're always right as a collective. I don't disagree. I think Red Letter Media is wrong sometimes. I definitely think they were wrong about Force Awakens. Uh, so I agree with you. I don't think they're always right. But typically, I'll say this about them. They always give a pretty good review, and their reviews are always funny. And that's something, like, I can't think of another YouTube movie review channel that has that many classic videos. They have like 50. They didn't hate Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. They liked it quite a bit, actually. Mike and Jay both liked it a lot. Um, and they pretty much said everything that I said and agreed with it. So that's not true. They loved it. I didn't watch their Gone Girl one, or I don't remember it. It's fucking horrible. So anyway, Rey goes there, and then Kylo meets her there, and they have another fucking. This movie's so repetitive too. It's like Kylo and Rey just keep meeting each other. They have a lightsaber duel, and then it's like, fuck it, we're back to where we started. You know, we're just going on again. Yeah, I think Rich was the only one that was like in the middle on that movie and didn't just give it a pass, say it was good. But the other two were like, Mike was like, it's perfect. So they fight, and then Kylo's like, I didn't lie, your parents aren't anybody, but you're Palpatine's granddaughter. It's like, the fuck? Yeah, your parents were hiding you from her. So this is supposed to connect the stuff from Force Awakens. I don't know if JJ was planning this the whole time. It felt that way. Like, this is what JJ wanted to do originally, although maybe Snoke wasn't going to be the Emperor. And it was always about the redemption arc for Kylo Ren to become Ben Solo again, and then Rey to become more of a darker character or a neutral character. So yeah, they're fighting. Then they have this big lightsaber duel, and I gotta say, I don't know if I like Kylo Ren, but I will say this: I like Ben Solo. Uh, I like Adam Driver as Ben Solo. Like, it's like he's not great through most of the movie, and especially after watching Marriage Story, it's disappointing. But it's after this lightsaber duel with him and Rey, and she stabs him, and his mother contacts him, and then Rey heals him with her water bending, and yeah, they were also Palpatines. No, it's just a fuck you to Rian Johnson. It's fucking hilarious. JJ should have just had a line like, "We can't kill the past. The past is everything." So Rey runs off and goes to the island that Luke was hanging out on and tries to be Luke. In this last 5 minutes, this is the kind of pacing this movie has and the way it's edited. Like, she goes to an island. You would spend, this should be like 25 minutes of the movie, but she's there for a while. So then Han Solo talks to Ben Solo, and then all of a sudden Adam Driver starts giving a good performance. And I don't know. I liked Ben Solo. I'll say that. Like, you guys can shit on me, and I know I'm supposed to hate everything about this fucking movie. I liked Ben Solo. I liked Adam Driver as Ben Solo. And I liked watching him be the good guy, and it made me feel upset that he wasn't the main character in this series. It was like, you know, I actually would have liked to have followed Han Solo and Princess Leia's son through this trilogy and seen his development, and not even the dark side thing, like when he doesn't wear the stupid Kylo Ren outfit anymore and he's running around as Ben Solo. But I remember that I had a pitch for The Last Jedi that in the third act, that the guards protecting Snoke, the Praetorian guards or whatever they were, they should have been the Knights of the Ren, and that should have been established in the first movie that he has the Knights of the Ren. And at the end of Last Jedi, him and Rey should have been fighting the Knights of the Ren together, and Kylo doesn't want to kill them because they're his friends, and they're maybe even students of Luke's that Kylo took with him, which I felt like was established, but they were just random guards. And it was so funny to watch this movie where Kylo fights the Knights of the Ren, who we don't know at all, and they don't do anything in this movie, really. They just walk around with axes and shit, and he actually fights them. And it's supposed to be this emotional moment, but we only see these guys in like a flashback, flash forward scene in Force Awakens, and then they're not in The Last Jedi. And now they're in this movie. And and they don't do anything. So it's really weird because I remember all of us were going like, how did the First Order get so powerful? Where did Snoke come from? What happened between Luke, Han, and Leia? And who are the Knights of Ren? What's all this stuff set up? Well, they're just a group of guys that don't say anything, and then they all beat up Kylo until Rey hands him a lightsaber, and then he kills the fuck out of them. So yeah, that's what the Knights of Ren were. That's another idea I like, though. I like the Knights of Ren idea. I like Ben Solo. I like the Force Bond idea. I like the idea of Lando coming back and getting involved in the story. I don't even dislike the idea of Luke Skywalker being out in the galaxy somewhere learning, doing something, and you have to go find him. Like, they have to go find Luke Skywalker and see what he's up to. I don't even think that's a bad idea and concept. It's just, yeah, none of it makes any sense. None of it. The First Order, the Resistance doesn't make any sense. The relationships between the past characters don't make any sense. They defeated the Empire. What the fuck happened? Ben Solo doesn't make any sense. It's just what his uncle came in holding a phallic object in a tent like he was going to molest him, so then he turned into an evil character. Come on. Everyone's uncle's done that at some point in their life. So Ben and Rey team up to fight the Emperor, and he just beats the fuck out of them and then starts to drain their soul energy like a Hocus Pocus thing. It's like a scene from Hocus Pocus or so. It's like the like Bette Midler sucking the life out of the children. And then the Emperor, like, so then Lando shows up with reinforcements because the Resistance is just getting fucking destroyed by the Final Order. And, you know, and then the Emperor starts shooting lightning up into the fucking air and just, like, destroying ships with lightning. It's like you could be playing Led Zeppelin during this and it would be the most metal thing ever. And then Ben tries to get up, and then the Emperor's like, I fell once, so now you're gonna fall too. Nostalgia. Because JJ's remaking Return of the Jedi now. And so he throws Ben Solo. And at this point, the movie's just so confusing and convoluted. This is crazy. And so he throws him, and then Rey gets up, and then she goes all Harry Potter, Goblet of Fire, like, talk to me. So then everyone starts talking to her, and you hear Hayden Christensen's voice as Anakin Skywalker. You hear Yoda, you hear Obi-Wan Kenobi, and of course Luke Skywalker. I didn't even focus on the island. It's so funny. Rey goes to the island, burns a ship, is like, fuck it. Gets rid of, she's going to get rid of a lightsaber. She throws it, and guess who catches it? Luke Skywalker says you shouldn't throw around a weapon, a Jedi weapon like this. A direct response to the opening scene of The Last Jedi. JJ's like, how fucking dare you do that to my ending? And then Luke's like, yeah, I was wrong in everything I did in the last movie. And then he even tells her, like, you can't run away from your problems. You have to be a hero. It's basically an apology for Last Jedi, and Mark Hamill actually seems like he's enjoying doing this and loving being Luke again, and it's actually kind of emotional when he lifts the X-Wing out of the water, because a lot of people wanted that in Last Jedi, and it's like a Yoda moment, and the music comes in. By the way, the music's great because it's just all the tracks from the series, but Luke lifting it up, and that was JJ saying fuck you Ryan, and it felt like it was Mark Hamill saying fuck you Ryan Johnson too, and it was just hilarious because it was goofy. Like, when you strip away any sort of coherence or internal logic that makes Star Wars feel believable or gritty, seeing a ghost Luke just hang out on the island, it was just fucking silly. It just felt silly, man. So then Rey's only on the island for 5 minutes. Luke's like, get the fuck out of here. Why are you hanging on an island? Go back to the adventure. But let's get back to the ending. Rey Goblet of Fires, and she gets the power of every Jedi. That scene was good. The X-Wing scene coming up with Luke and seeing Mark Hamill and the smile on his face. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. And me and Blood Money talked about this for a little bit there in the third act, and some scenes like that. It felt like George Lucas. A lot of time J.J. Abrams gets accused of trying to be like Spielberg, and obviously stuff like Super 8. Yeah. This movie, there was moments it would felt like he was doing a George Lucas thing. Like, that felt very George Lucas. And there's moments with Ben Solo that feel George Lucas-esque. Yeah, I'll take silly over fucking stuff that pisses me off. Sorry about that. I probably need to get some water here soon. So yeah, anyway, Ray defeats the Emperor with the Jedi, and then like his fucking face and fingers melt and shit. Um, and then all of the people around her like explode, and they're able to destroy the ships, and the good guys win. But Ray dies from all of the use of energy, and I guess, and then Ben shows up, and he gives her all of his energy with the power. By the way, she beat Kylo in the first movie rather easily. Now him and her seem like equals in the Force when they fight. And he has the same powers as her? Like, where the fuck did these powers come from? How can he do this now? They just give like new powers in the Force. Like it's like Leia flying in space. This movie does the same thing. There's just fucking powers that come out of nowhere. So then Ben and Rey kiss. So Reylo confirmed. They kiss, and then hold on. Getting you. God damn. They kiss, and at the end of the movie, they all go back to the planet to party, and Rey and who is it, BB-8, look at the twin sons, and she says, "I'm Rey Skywalker." Real quick, I'm gonna bring Blood Money on to talk about the movie while I go get some water, because I'm about to lose my voice. Holy shit. Too loud.
Who is it?
Hello. Hello? What the hell, are you muted? Give me a second here.
Hello?
Oh, I can hear you
Can
now.
you hear me?
I can hear you now. This
Is this Please Rewind?
this stream's almost as convoluted as this movie. I swear to God.
This is David Lynch, and I'm cutting up a line.
Yes, Mr. Lynch, I heard you turned down to direct Return of the Jedi.
What's a Jedi? I turned down directing this new Star Wars movie. My friend Ryan Johnson said to me, "Who are you, you old man?" And I said to him, "Ryan, it's me, Mr. Lynch."
But no, Patrick Willems said that that sequence in the cave with Rey was very David Lynch.
That's because it was based on when I trapped Ryan Johnson in my cave.
Hey, can you talk about the movie for a bit? Because I have to get some water.
All right, I can.
Yeah, you tell people what you think about the movie, and maybe cover something that I haven't covered yet, because I'm all over the place.
Okay, hello, everyone. This is the Doctor, Dr. Blood Money, here. This is not a voice reveal, by the way. I was on this about 8 months ago, and I've been a Please Rewinder since before it was called Please Rewind. Yeah. So, any questions? And yes, I am a boomer. I was born in 1976, the year of our Lord and Savior, George Washington, and America. So I was thinking about this movie. I was about 15 minutes into it, and I had the thought, this really reminds me of a Michael Bay film, but he's already talked about that. I just wanted to bring up a sequence I was talking with Pat about, and it's a sequence you guys might have seen the movie, but it's essentially cut together at the speed I'm going to describe it. So just listen to this. Essentially, Rey shows up on MacGuffin World. It's a desert planet because there's only 3 planets, and these adorable little aliens they're singing a Christmas carol or some shit, and and this little alien comes up to her and says, "Oh, hello. My name is blah blah blah." And Ray says, "Oh, hi, I'm Ray." And C3PO says, "Oh, hello. What's your She wants to know what your family name is." And Ray says, "Oh, I don't have a family name. That's my core character trait." And the little alien puts like a Hawaiian necklace around, and like ugly puka shell necklace with, I think there was a crucifix on. And then she looks off at the distance, and Kylo Ren steps in and grabs the necklace from her, and it cuts back to Rey, and she looks and says, "We have to get to the ship." And it cuts back to Kylo Ren, and you see the necklace jangling, and a female stormtrooper is holding it, and she says, "We've tested it. They're at the planet of blah blah blah." And then it cuts back to Rey, and you see a stormtrooper turn around and fire at her. No time has passed. They're still in like the same position.
Hey,
And
everyone's commenting on my Darth Vapor.
Darth Vader.
Yeah,
Yes,
because if you vape, for some reason they designed vapes to sound just like Darth Vader, like the.
he's not vaping. He's actually doing a medical substance known as cocaine.
I'm actually wearing a Darth Vader helmet. You guys are all wrong.
Yeah.
You're just assuming.
It's actually a pure white Darth Vader helmet.
Yes.
And when you inhale, cocaine vapor enters your nose.
What's eating Gilbert Vape?
Yeah.
I love your whole
Anyway.
thing. An alien comes up named Gleba Gloop,
Yeah, Gleeblop Gloop. And anyway,
which is canon, by the way.
I'm trying to remember the scene because it's so forgettable.
I don't remember the movie, and I just saw it.
Yeah, it cuts back to Rey, and she says, "We have to get to the ship." It cuts back to Kylo Ren, and he says, "Send a division." The division is instantly there. There's no sense of time or place. It feels like some sort of disgusting, I don't know, like some sort of. I'll just say this: it feels like a joke. It feels like a sick joke.
So,
But there's the Emperor, which is only a good thing. Pat?
can we say, okay, so let me ask you about this. Okay, so we talked about this. So we both agreed that this is J.J. Abrams' worst movie. Even though
I hate Force Awakens,
yes.
and I really hate, like, I love Force Awakens compared to the second Star Trek film he made.
Yeah, Into Darkness is his like most
Into
insulting
Darkness.
film. Yeah, in particular, the Khan moment with Spock is like one of the worst moments in cinema history for me, where Zachary Quinto squeezes his hands together and he screams "Khan."
Yeah,
Like that's bad.
I actually felt my anus retract into me.
Yeah,
I lost a testicle that day, in fact.
yeah, I was there.
And yes, Star Wars, a sick joke. That's actually the name of episode 10.
But this is his worst film, which is weird because I don't think it's his least entertaining film, or his like most insulting film, as you pointed out. But it's definitely his worst made film. He is a better filmmaker than this film shows. His editing is never this bad. And yeah, you're right. The Michael Bay thing, and that we were both thinking that separately watching the movie. That's like, this is so Michael Bay.
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened. What do you think happened? Do you think it was the reshoots? Do you think that it was following up
No,
Last
I don't
Jedi, or do you think like why is the editing so bad in particular though? Like what happened there?
Well, one can only speculate on what's going on with the editing of this film.
Let's speculate the fuck out of it, though.
I've always disliked Abrams. I never liked Lost. I was not a fan of even his direction on Mission Impossible 3, I thought that movie was held up on the actors. The actors held it up, especially the late Philip Seymour Hoffman.
I'm gonna find her. I'm gonna hurt her.
I'm gonna find her. I don't know who you love, but I'm gonna find her. And I'm gonna hurt her.
I'm gonna fuck
The
her.
Star Wars franchise, I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna hurt it.
Dude, imagine, like,
I'm gonna make it uncomfortable.
J.J. Abrams is tied to a chair and he wakes up and Ryan Johnson's there. And he's like, and JJ's crying. He's like, please don't. I'll give you whatever you want. I'm going to count to 10. I'm going to ruin Star Wars. Don't do it, please.
I'm gonna ruin Star Wars.
10. No, I'm going to find something you love. What franchise do you love? I'm going to find it. I'm going to ruin it.
Okay, so one of the commenters here said, Super 8 is underrated and slightly ahead of its time with its 80s nostalgia. And that's true. I would say it's underrated because no one remembers it.
I would also say the first half of that movie is actually pretty decent. I don't like the third act or second half of that movie, but the kids making the movie together and Ella Fanning and the main boy kind of building that romance, and then the father, Kyle Chandler being the father, and his wife got killed by Ella Fanning's father. I don't think any of that stuff's actually bad, and it is very Stranger Things. A while before.
I'm not going to say the movie is good, but, you know, I remember the huge build-up and secrecy that Abrams put around it for no reason.
I also think if he had waited a few years, it would have been more successful, the way that, like, It or Stranger Things is now. Like, I think it was a little too soon.
Well, all he does is this nostalgia for the 80s. In fact, when he tries to move away from Star Wars in the rise of the Skywalkers, or whatever this is called, all he does is pivot to Spielberg doing Indiana Jones. He has multiple characters walking through big caves and looking around and looking into sand.
I'm telling you, dude, that's what Colin Trevorrow would have done. Like, Colin Trevorrow, when he made Jurassic World, Chris Pratt's just Indiana Jones. This would have just been, like, there was no way this wasn't ever going to be that kind of movie, like this film in particular, unless Ryan Johnson made it.
You know, I personally can't stand Ryan Johnson's Last Jedi, but I have heard that there are people who like it.
Quite a few.
So I've never met one, so you know, I can't confirm this, but I've heard there are people who like it. They should have just stuck with Ryan Johnson, is what I thought.
I agree with
I hated it, but
I agree.
there are people who like Last Jedi. They might as well have went with it. Unless Ryan Johnson was just saying, fuck it, fuck the third director, I hate that person, whoever they are, so much, I'm going to make this movie.
Well, because here's what happened. Here's the weird thing, because we still don't know what fully happened, because they fired a lot of directors off these movies, like Phil Lord, Chris Miller. But here's the thing. Colin Trevorrow was signed up, ready to go. Right, Last Jedi comes out. It makes $1.3 billion. It does get good reviews, and then the backlash happens. And then after that, we hear no more Colin Trevorrow. And then as time goes on, they start talking about bringing JJ back. And then there was rumors that Ryan Johnson wrote a treatment for Episode 9, and then that gets thrown out the window. So I don't know what happened behind the scenes. I don't know if Bob Iger stepped in after I feel like Solo bombing really affected this movie because they weren't ready for a Star Wars movie to bomb. I don't think they
Solo was set up to bomb. And by the way, I would guess we both think Solo is the best of these Disney Star Wars films.
I totally think Solo's the best.
The chat is asking about Knives Out. And
I did not see Knives Out, so I would like to.
Where did you both come down on the overtly political nature?
I would like to hear your review of Knives Out. Can you give like a few minute review? Because I'm not going to review that fucking movie. I don't want to see it. You told me you didn't really like it. What's the deal with Knives Out? Spoil the fuck out of it. I don't care.
Okay, I will. So spoilers about Knives Out.
What happens in Knives Out?
It's a pretty simple movie. You have that enormous prestige, I guess, if you want to say with the biggest air quotes. you could imagine of Rian Johnson coming off of Last Jedi, which was critically acclaimed, remember? Although it's fucking terrible.
I feel that way about all of Rian Johnson's films outside of his first. Looper's very critically acclaimed, and I think the second half of that movie is horrible, and I think that screenplay is convoluted and filled with plot holes. Although all time travel movies have plot holes. But then Last Jedi, the screenplay, but then Knives Out, if you go look right now, is one of the best reviewed films of the year.
Yeah, and it is a lot better than The Last Jedi
I'm sure.
in every way.
So is he doing the full Christie?
Let me rip this.
Agatha Christie whodunit? Is like what's the? You know what is it? Is it Rian Johnson just doing an homage of that stuff? Is it Rian Johnson's Clue?
It is, but it's not a bad homage. I mean, I personally didn't like the film, especially its just political preaching. That's some good shit. Oh yeah, thanks, Ryan. Yeah, cut that shit.
You know what, Ryan? The movie actually is pretty good.
Oh, Ryan, fuck.
You know,
I don't care what you say about Ryan, but he has a good supply from Colombia, and I'm not talking pictures. I'm talking the country.
Well, to be fair,
I believe it's in South America.
Nobody talks Colombia pictures anymore.
But we haven't talked about Knives Out.
Yeah.
So I'll just give you my brief opinion. It's a whodunit and a whydunit.
A whydunit.
You find out the general conceit of the movie about a minute or so into it. The detective is Daniel Craig, and he's investigating the murder of the patriarch of this family, who is a crime novelist, and most of it is through the eyes of either Daniel Craig's character, this private detective, or from the eyes of the nurse that the victim has. The nurse is not an illegal immigrant. Her mother is, though, and she is from some Central or South American country. So we sympathize for her because she's a person of color. And
naturally.
Oh, fuck. Oh, that's some shit of color. Woo. Anyway, Ryan.
I said goddamn.
Pat.
I said goddamn.
Yes, the donut speech is very funny. There's some really funny stuff in the movie, but it is a mystery. It's a whodunit. And about a third of the way into the movie, you are given away who did the crime. You're told who did the crime. And it's actually pretty interesting. And it flips it on its head. You're told that, I'll spoil it here.
Yeah, tell me, what happens in this fucking movie?
The main character, we'll just call her Puerto Rican. The Puerto Rican nurse, or Colombian nurse, or whatever, accidentally killed him with an overdose of morphine, and she didn't bring along Narcan, which I have right here. Actually, I make sure to bring it along in case I overdose. And she accidentally killed him, and he, as this murder mystery genius, comes up with a plot that can let her get away with it, so she doesn't go to jail. And that's kind of the central conceit of the movie. So about a third of the way in, you find out who the killer is, why they did it. It's not a suicide, and
it's really about cocaine, and that's what's so great about it.
Well, cocaine is really about family, and that's what's so great about cocaine.
Exactly.
So the nurse is a person of color, and of course, in modern Hollywood, that means she is a Christ-like figure. that's kind of what ruins the movie. If she was something closer to even a Tom Ripley from Patricia Highsmith, it would be a bit more interesting. But all she does is good, and Christopher Plummer plays the old man, the parent of all these kids.
How's Michael Shannon in this movie?
Including Michael Shannon, one of my favorite modern actors, who is so muted in this movie that it actually bothered me. I'm so into the Shan man that it actually really bothered me that Michael Shannon was neutered in this part.
Yeah, because the cast was the exciting thing in the trailer. Like, you see a trailer with, like, fucking Jamie Lee Curtis and Michael Shannon and Chris Evans and Daniel Craig and Christopher Plummer. You're like, holy shit, you know, like, this looks fucking awesome. Like, it's a really well put together trailer, too. And
it's not just a well put together trailer. The cast is fantastic. It's nice seeing Jamie Lee Curtis, Don Johnson, and Chris Evans is fantastic. They all put in great performances, but being preached at politically is just uncomfortable, especially when it's something so basic as illegal immigration and that rich people are mean to their help. To their servants. Is that what the movie's about? Oh my God, I haven't seen this in a 1930s film.
That's what the movie's about?
Yeah, essentially, the core of the movie is that Christopher Plummer, who gives a great performance as the old man who dies and leaves his inheritance to his nurse, is the nurse is Puerto Rican, Colombian, Brazilian, whatever, and her mother's an illegal immigrant. And everyone is nice to her, or kind of mean to her in that liberal way you'd see in Get Out. But as soon as they know she has the money, they turn into a pack of wolves. And it's really about immigration. It's about how white liberals treat illegal immigrants, and that's what the movie plays off of. And I think that's where a lot of the critical goodwill comes from, because the murder mystery isn't that interesting. Once you see Chris Evans, it's really obvious that he is the real killer involved. It's not done with any amount of
I get that vibe from the trailer that Chris Evans
was
like.
At first you think, oh, he's just an asshole. But that only lasts about 5 minutes. Chris Evans, I mean, he's a great asshole. And I loved it in Snowpiercer, where he was given the role of someone who had eaten children's legs and arms. And here he plays, and I'm not joking, he plays essentially a Trump son.
He's Donald Jr. in this.
He plays Donald Jr. But, I mean, he has so much charisma that you want to love him. Unlike the main character, who is completely devoid of charisma and also is given this supernatural ability to not lie. Again, going back to this kind of heavenly figure. She can't lie without wanting to throw up. Lying is directly connected to her gag reflex, which feels out of place in the movie, and is just, I mean, I'll be honest, it's just a really, really lazy way to raise the stakes, because it means that no one can ask her anything of importance without her throwing up or them realizing she's lying. So the brilliant detective is played down to be an idiot, that he can't realize she's the killer. She accidentally killed him. And
So structurally, that's how this movie works out. Like what's the
structurally,
first
yes.
third? What's the first, second, third act play out like? Like how does it play out?
Okay, so the first third of the movie is essentially a questionnaire Ryan Johnson pulls of each of the characters and their interpretation of their father's or grandfather's final birthday party before he dies. Each of them is lying. Daniel Craig, as the Southern detective, and he does a fantastic job, knows it. And every time he sees them in an outrageous lie, he hits a note on the piano. And it's very entertaining. Finally, we see the nurse's perspective and how she is brilliant. She can beat Christopher Plummer, this genius at the game of Go, which is a Japanese board game with kind of infinite possibilities in how it goes. It's kind of like a mixture of checkers, chess, and maybe I guess Foursquare, but it's a hard game to describe and difficult to master. But she is so great at everything that, of course, she beats him, and he loves her because she's pure of heart and never does anything wrong. And Ryan Johnson, of course, can only write a person of color that way in utter perfection. So that's the first third of the movie, is just questions about what happened the night of his death. And then at the end of it, you find out he's the murderer. Or she's the murderer, but Christopher Plummer, the grandfather, has staged the murder. He's a crime writer, and everything in his house is a reference to one of his old crime books. And yes, Knives Out does have a Mary Sue.
How is the filmmaking, the cinematography, the editing, the set design?
Well, the set design is pretty fantastic. I'm not going to lie. The place, as one of the characters remarks, is a literal clue board. And you get to see everyone interact in it. Jamie Lee Curtis is fantastic, and it feels almost like she's in another movie. She's so good. Chris Evans plays her son, and he is just superb. But when you get into it, the cinematography is very showy, but it doesn't have much to communicate visually. It's just trying to show off that, oh, we have a bit of a visual sensibility. We're kind of like an indie film, but we're not. We have a huge budget. Look at this cast. I mean, come on. The biggest shocker of the movie is that E. Emmett Walsh is in it. And I was blown away by that because I thought he was dead, as most people would. Turns out E. Emmett Walsh is alive. The guy from Blood Simple.
Yeah, of course. The ending scene of Blood Simple. One of
They
my
also-
favorite endings of all time.
I know, right? He looks up at the pipes of this water coming out of the sink.
Yeah, no, because
Also, yeah, the Lost City of Z is a good movie. I enjoyed it a lot.
somebody asked
actually.
the question: Is Brick the one good Ryan Johnson movie? Now, do you like Brothers Bloom?
I like Brothers Bloom, but Brick is at a higher level.
I agree. I also like Brothers Bloom, but I think it's kind of comedic now. We have a history with this. Is that when Before Last Jedi was coming out, if you go back and watch my trailer reactions, I'm very positive about the movie, and I say that there's no universe where Ryan Johnson's going to make a worse movie than J.J. Abrams. And me and you had a conversation at one point where you really broke me down. I have silence from Blood Money. But there was a conversation.
No, I get you.
But he broke me down and was like, "No, you're gonna get disappointed, dude. You're hyping up Ryan Johnson." Because I was like, "Man, Ryan Johnson's gonna kill it." Because the trailers to Last Jedi did look good, at least the first trailer. And then the movie came out, and it was just the shock that not only did he make a worse film than J.J. Abrams, that he's like made such a bad movie that it made me feel like Brick was a fluke or something. Cause you know, Brick was my shit. You know, like years ago, I was like, you know, and I was like, man, this Ryan Johnson guy's so talented because he makes this movie on a budget of like $350,000. It looks like it cost $1 million. Joseph Gordon-Levitt's in it. You take a noir and you place it in a high school setting. The dialogue's great. You know, everything about it. So I just thought Ryan Johnson was this major talent, and then he worked on Breaking Bad. But now I guess with Last Jedi, and then what you're telling me about this movie, is it like at the Emperor's, you know, the Emperor has no clothes sort of thing?
No, I wouldn't say that. He gets really good performances out of the actors, and I really like Brick too. So what I'm saying is he's really forced the politics into the movie where it becomes unbearable. And I'm not super conservative about this kind of thing. I just don't like being preached at.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the movie is going to age like fucking milk, man, like butter. It's going to go rancid.
So let's go back to Star Wars. Okay, so
let's return to Star Wars.
Yeah,
although I do think it's interesting that
yes,
if you look at Metacritic right now, you have Knives Up at this incredibly high score, and right next to it, you have the new Star Wars at this very low score. And mark my words, critics are going to talk about that. They're going to talk about how bad this is and how Ryan Johnson is a genius. Everyone is going to have to be ready for that.
I agree. I think we're going to hear that a lot over the next few months with this movie, because I think that
Ryan Johnson is not talentless. He's not a hack. He fucked up Star Wars, and he is very preachy. But if you go back to Brick, he made a very, very interesting movie. And even in Brothers Bloom and in Looper, he did a lot of good stuff, and I hope to see he does more quality work in the future. But let's return to The Last Jedi.
Yeah, we'll go. Well, let's talk about. Let's go to specifically. Okay, so Force Awakens comes out, and now I think we probably felt similar. But when it came out, the movie was very popular, like very critically acclaimed. Made $2 billion for a little while. It had the highest opening weekend until Infinity War came out, you know, and it seemed like this big deal. Then a few months go by, and then everyone starts criticizing it, and then Last Jedi comes out. Now, did you see the Last Jedi backlash coming before it came out, or did it surprise you, like it did me, that like Ryan Johnson making that movie and just what it was, and how that like is easily divided fans in a way that I don't think any other Star Wars films had. Like, I remember when I did that original live stream 2 years ago, I pointed out that, like, I didn't want to compare it to Phantom Menace, but it's like, it's one of those where it's weird how people emotionally attach themselves to Last Jedi. Like, the people who love it blindly love it and defend it, and the people who hate it will make videos about it for the next 2 years and talk about it obsessively. I mean, there's YouTube channels that are built around The Last Jedi, and all they make is content around that.
Yeah.
And it's like, what is it about that movie? Is it the message, or is it just that it's Star Wars?
Well, a lot of it is the attitude. But I want to reply to the chat here because they've been fantastic. I want to say that I'm not saying Looper is amazing. I'm saying there's really, really good stuff in it.
Yeah.
And that Ryan Johnson, on the surface, you might think, oh, he's just a hack. But he's really not. He does have talent.
I agree.
But he's so frustrating. I mean, he's more frustrating than J.J. Abrams.
And him as a person, I've had issues with interviews I've seen with him, especially the last year or two.
He's up his own ass.
Yes, there was one tweet he put up recently where he said that some fan told him And it was some celebrities talking about that they've watched The Last Jedi, and every time they watch it, they find new things. And he's like, these are the Star Wars fans I love, is, you know, go back and watch things. And I was like, so your love for the fandom is when they perpetuate your own greatness, which I think explains him a lot, and the ego that's throughout The Last Jedi, that it's not a humble movie.
And look at his work on Breaking Bad. He did a really good job on, Ozymandias,
Yeah.
On the Fly.
Yeah. He directed like 4 episodes that are all really well
He's
done.
good at bringing out wonderful performances from actors. As far as what he does with his scripts, though, as a writer, I'm very mixed on him. But let's get back to your question.
Yeah.
About Rian Johnson, and did I see that impact? I mean, it's really an impact and aftershock of The Last Jedi coming. Before I saw the movie, I was in the hospital and I heard you do the live cast, and I didn't even believe it. All the shit you were saying that happened in the movie, it sounded made up. And I went out and saw it as soon as I could, and was very disturbed by the movie. I didn't like it at all.
It's true, all of it.
I don't have this fierce, visceral hatred to it, because it does have a fine craft to it. It's not a poorly made film like the Rise of Skywalker is. It's not put together in a way that baffles and befuddles.
I guess for me what it was, because I agree with you, I don't actually hate it the way that other people do. Mine was this feeling of, I don't want to overuse this word because I think it's but melancholy or apathy. Like, I was very sad, and also I often said this about that movie. It's not necessarily that it's even just bad. It's a weird movie. A lot of the choices he makes in Last Jedi aren't just always bad. They're weird. They're weird scenes. Like the flying Leia scene. I remember being in the theater and feeling awkward during that. Like, I wasn't laughing at it. I felt weird. And it looked weird, and it was a weird moment. And the movie's filled with these decisions that I just think, like, why did you make that decision? Like, it's such an awkward... And then thematically what the movie's saying, what that also really bothered me, because I feel like I was maybe reading into it a lot, but what he was saying about, like, our heroes, and in particular Luke Skywalker, but what Luke Skywalker represents as an archetype for movies, and for even, you could say, like, white males, or what, you know, like, there was this...
Well, if you want to read that into it. I
think politically that
you had said it was going to happen.
Yeah.
And I didn't quite believe you. And seeing it.
Well, because I know Stefan Molyneux has this idea, and I think he's reading it, but he thinks, like, the white on the Hoth, not Hoth, but the planet they're at the end, the white, and then the red is, like, the bleeding of the white man and the end of the white man in society. And
oh my god.
But I do think, I don't think it's that far, but I do think there is something about because Once Upon a Time in Hollywood's about this a little bit, and I think Tarantino's reflecting on this.
I don't want to be dragged into the white man.
No, I don't mean like the white man, but I mean like the white man as the hero, as the archetype, like that it's a world of the female hero, of like or Rose Tico's importance in the movie, you know, to him. I feel like he's saying don't. It's almost like a kill your idols thing, you know?
Yeah, no, it's a kill your idols thing. I don't think it has anything to do with kill white people,
I don't think
though.
it is either. I think Luke's just...
Molyneux is way off with that,
I agree.
Of course.
Yeah, his argument is that creative writing doesn't hide what you're saying. It goes, so he's saying, so the white with the red represents bleeding of the white.
I want to tell everyone one thing, and this is something I really respect from Disney. And that, I mean, to say I respect something from Disney post-1958 is rare. I respect this from Disney. They got Rose Tico to lose weight. She is clearly thinner and more attractive in this film.
Yeah, they tomboyed her up a little bit too. They were like, "You're tough." Where these, it's weird how little Rose Tico's in this movie. It was kind of like funny that she shows up in like 3 scenes, and there's even a moment where like Finn's gonna like die, and she's gonna do the whole "I'm gonna save you" thing, and they're like, "Nah, fuck that. We're not doing that again." I don't know. I just remember I came out on Last Jedi very sad because my feeling is that, I mean, besides the whole thing about like the subversion, but then it became, as Red Letter Media said, and a lot of people pointed out, it's like his subversion becomes obvious, so then you're ready for a subversion. So by the point you get to the Snoke sequence, you kind of know what's going to happen, and it almost becomes hilarious that he's, because the people who do love the movie, and it's a lot of these channels that lean politically to the left, and I'm not trying to make this political thing, but Knives Out has this political message, and so does Last Jedi. And a lot of the channels like Folding Ideas or like an H Bomber guy, a lot of these people like Last Jedi, and they don't like people who criticize, or you get associated with being right wing if you dislike Last Jedi. You know, Mahler gets that a lot, even though he doesn't really make political content. And it's this weird thing where they always say, like, I love that this movie surprised me or subverted my expectations. Even Patrick Willems makes that point, like, it's great to see rich people, you know, be assholes and get what's coming to them. But it's like this whole thing of, like surprise, subvert. I remember when I was watching Last Jedi, I didn't feel that way, where I was surprised at subversion. Like, I was surprised he made the decisions he did, but it wasn't like oh, I thought this was going to happen and then this happens. It was more like, okay, well, you're clearly going to do the opposite of what you're setting up, and he always did throughout the movie. That was the problem. Like, the conceit of the movie, he repeated himself so much with it that it became predictable in that way. And then, but the whole thing about killing the past and all that, I don't even know if I hate all these ideas on paper. Like, I don't know if I dislike the idea of Kylo Ren saying, like, hey, let's forget the Jedi and the Sith. Come with me, and we'll start our own thing that isn't the past or anything. We'll make our own, like Rian Johnson's almost trying to say, don't live in nostalgia, create new ideas and new stories. And that's his criticism of JJ, and I think it's a valid criticism. But I would also point out that the inherent nature of Star Wars, going back to New Hope and George Lucas, which is present in American Graffiti, is using nostalgia as a narrative device. So it feels like an even deeper criticism of the entire Star Wars saga, not just of what J.J. Abrams did in Force Awakens, which was my issue with it, because it's like, well, that's just, it's like the Star Wars, the original trilogy, is trying to make you nostalgic for movies of a different era, where this new trilogy is trying to make you nostalgic for Star Wars. So it's a nostalgic trip of something that was a nostalgic trip of something else. But it's just like Rian Johnson's execution of that stuff doesn't work. I don't know if I totally thematically hate the ideas he had. It was just so much of the execution of it was so sloppy. And then JJ coming out with this movie, which is doing nostalgia again, makes it very odd watching this film. If you think about imagine watching these 3 films in a row at home, and you get to the end of Last Jedi, and then you start this movie. It's very bizarre. I mean, and you could make an argument Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi has that a little bit too, that there's a big shift.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I'll break down my response. My response to that would be, Abrams focused on nostalgia and his mystery box techniques in Force Awakens. I thought the film was, I guess to put it simply, lame. The movie was sexless. It was barely interesting, but it was a movie.
Yeah, sexless is the big thing that I didn't like.
I was excited for Rian Johnson to do the next one. And Rian Johnson gave us something that was preachy, and it was fundamentally against the traditional hero narrative, against what Lucas would really put up as the hero's journey. That hero with 1,000 faces stuff, or if you want to look at the King Arthur, Morty Arthur, or the T.H. White version, or anything like that. The Last Jedi is something fundamentally opposed to the traditional Star Wars narrative. It's preachy. it's bloated. It has a bunch of what people would call overt representation of these sexualities and I mean whatever Rose Tico is. Laura Dern is dressed up like some sort of Portland activist.
No, I hate that Ryan Johnson put Laura Dern in a movie and I don't love it. That really pisses me off.
I know Laura Dern is fantastic. If anyone here hates Laura Dern because of that, I highly suggest just go back and watch Blue Velvet and Wild at Heart. She is badass. She can act her tits off. And her tits are really great. You know, the nipples are perfectly proportional and all that.
What made it hurt even more is like following that Twin Peaks season 3, and she's like phenomenal. Gives like, career levels, like some of her best work in The Return. And just her being in The Last Jedi, I mean, it's a personal thing because I'm a Laura Dern fan, but it really fucking irks me that she's in that movie playing that character, and it's so bad. Like, they even mention that character in this, where they bring up, they're like, why don't we do what she did in Last Jedi, where she did the, hype speed and took out all the ships, which we were all like, yeah, once you establish that, that's the plan every time. And then they go, oh, no, we can't do that. That was a 1 in a million thing. It's like, wait, what? Do you remember that line in this movie where someone says, why don't we do the Holdo thing? And they're like, no, we can't. It's like, wait a minute. Like, I couldn't believe, like, JJ acknowledged it, and then he's like, yeah, that you can't do that again. It's like, it seemed pretty easy to me. She just turned the ship around and, because everyone talks about that shot in the movie where everything goes silent for like 5 seconds.
And it does look good.
Yeah, it's pretty. But it's like,
Yeah, Laura Dern is in a bunch of stuff, chat. She's in the new Little Women, which I haven't seen yet.
And
but
Marriage
I
Story.
have seen the other 10 versions of Little Women by Louisa May Alcott. So I'm pretty sure that, what happens in the movie. Now, if it doesn't, that would be Real Subversion by Greta Gerwig.
The auteur, Greta Gerwig. Well, my thing is just, that mention, but I was very, because this was my feeling when I first saw Force Awakens, when it first started. I've often said this, the first like 5 minutes, I was really enjoying, and I mean this before, because everybody says, what, that line where Poe talks to Kylo? Not that part, not the Joss Whedon part. That part is when I started to dislike the movie. I just mean the opening with Max von Sydow and Oscar Isaac talking, and then the First Order shows up, and the tone's very serious, and Poe feels like a hero character we hadn't had in a movie in a long time. Like, he just is ready to fight. He sends BB-8 off, he's shooting, and then Kylo stops the blast midair, and I remember being in the theater and like, man, this is cool. Like, JJ, maybe you're going to pull this off. And then the moment they take Poe hostage and he does that whole, who's going to talk first, you or me? I was like, okay, wait a minute. I don't like this. Yeah. And that's like the slow descent of that movie. Because I even like him and Finn escaping, and there's this cockpit scene with them back and forth that looks very anime. It's very like the interior of it and the way they're talking, and I was digging that too.
Ryan Johnson has always been famous for his anime influence. And by the way, chat, I will say this. Someone asked me to smoke a joint and chill with the announcer voice. Sadly, this is actually just my voice. If I smoked a joint, I would just sound like a baseball announcer. It would just get worse. But Ryan Johnson, could you please continue cutting up that line? Pass it over to me. Anyway.
But then it's a weird thing to say. It's when Rey comes into the movie, and Abrams is even he's clearly doing some Nausicaa. He's trying to do Nausicaa stuff. I'm not saying he pulled it off, but that's clearly what he's taking. And I read in an interview that, and I'm kind of like in my head like, okay, you're trying to do like a Miyazaki female protagonist in Star Wars. I can go with that. And then it's really at that point that the movie, I think, it's weird to say, I feel like when the old cast comes in, like when it does become about Han Solo and Leia and stuff like that, that Force Awakens and this new trilogy, that's when it really starts to fall apart for me, is that they do drop the idea of it being new. and him leaning on the nostalgia, and then Luke being in Last Jedi. There's like, I think I lost blood money. I don't know. But I was saying for myself, yeah, he does have like this deep radio voice. For me, I feel like the series would be better if it wasn't about the old cast and the 30-year gap. And I mean, that's how they got people to go see it, and that's what they advertised it on. But I feel like it would be better if it did just focus on the new characters and a new story, and wasn't about this being a sequel trilogy. Like it was its own trilogy that takes place in the Star Wars universe, and it could establish its own rules with the Force. Not necessarily a reboot, but maybe. I mean, yeah, I know Skype's a little old school. It's like using like my MSN Messenger or Yahoo Messenger or AIM or something like that. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, something happened with blood money. I don't know exactly what happened, but I don't know. I don't know what you guys feel in the chat. Is this not working? Oh shit, what's going on? I don't know, for me it's saying the stream health is good. Ironically enough, Rey, up until Kylo capture her, is likable. Her dynamic with Finn is really entertaining. I remember thinking Finn was the protagonist and Rey was trying to find her place. Okay, so it's still working. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a phone call from Blood Money. Hello? Hey. On what thing? Oh, the computer you were using just died? Okay. Yeah, people felt like Ryan Johnson did something to you. Yeah, I'm still on the stream, yeah. Yeah, what if he killed you and I had to like solve it, like Knives Out? Yeah, the chat's fine. I just want, yeah, I just figured we could talk about Star Wars. I mean, I guess we could actually talk about Rise of Skywalker more. Probably been a while since I talked about it. I just don't have much to say about it. That's kind of the problem. All right, yeah, it's kind of like, what the fuck do you say about this movie?
Kathleen Kennedy, no! Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Well, I don't think I'm ever gonna shit properly again.
I don't think you ever shit properly in the first place.
Oh, fuck. Ryan Johnson just did something to my orifice that you should all be simultaneously jealous of and disgusted by. That orifice was my nose and my asshole. No. They're the same. It's a curse I have.
So I don't know, like, did you like the movie?
By movie, I think you're referring to The Last Skywalker. Is that right?
We're gonna call it Troz.
Okay, we're gonna call it Troz.
Yeah, the Rise.
The remaining of Zerg.
Because I'll say this, it may have not come across so much in my initial hour, synopsis.
That's true.
I'll say it surprised me. Out of this new trilogy, I was probably the most entertained watching this movie in the theater, and that might be because I didn't care anymore. You talked about this with Stranger Things, and I agreed with you. Season 3, it's like I didn't care anymore. It's like I didn't give a shit going into this movie about.
Yeah, I could give a fuck watching this movie, and I enjoyed watching it more than I did Force Awakens, and certainly Last Jedi, which, in my opinion, is a slog. This movie is...
Last Jedi is a slog, yes. It's a tough set. I've had a hard time rewatching it.
Skywalker is befuddling. you watch it and you think, good God, how the fuck did this happen?
I don't know where you
This-
said I threw shade. Oh, hold on, I'm replying. I did not throw shade at Doomcock, and I did not throw shade at Geeks and Gamers or World Class Bullshitters. I said that when we were on the High Council, I had a disagreement with them. But when I'm saying that people make Star Wars content about that, I'm not necessarily referring to them. You're thinking that. I'm friends with Jeff from World Class Bullshitters, and I'm a fan of Doomcock, so I'm not throwing shade at them.
I was throwing shade at them, though.
I still think their content's good. I mean, I would say this about
Pat,
World Class.
What does throwing shade mean?
Well, I would just say this about World Class Bullshitters.
Is that a good thing?
I think they let themselves down. I think they could make better content than they do if they didn't just make those. It's like when Jeff made that video that Captain Marvel loses. That the movie was Brie Larson lost Marvel, millions of dollars, and then the movie made 1.1 billion, and then he changed the title of the video. It's just stuff like that. He clearly makes these videos. And I really like Jeff a lot as a person, and I like his comment. Him going into the store to look at the toys and that they're not selling for Star Wars is one of my favorite YouTube videos of the last few years. I thought that was great. But
I can't stand that. Critics like God, who's that guy who did the Plot Holes Don't Matter video or whatever?
Patrick Willems. That's who I did the response to.
Yeah, Patrick Willems and Movie Bob, they're going to do a big thing about how Rian Johnson is a genius, and look what happens when you bring back Abrams. And I'm not, I'm not in Abrams' corner by any means. I think he's one of the worst big directors right now that people could name off the top of their heads. He's bad. But movie blob, movie snob, the big fat man from Boston. Mm-hmm. He's going to defend Rian Johnson to the death, and he might even defend this movie because there is a lesbian kiss. Oh my God, how controversial in the final part of the movie. How, I don't know if you guys remember how Return of the Jedi ended with everyone hugging. Well, this is more similar to Return of the King. Everyone's hugging, but kind of like Frodo and Sam. It has some sexual overtones with it. So everyone that hugs, it's kind of implied they're fucking, and then you just see two women from the rebellion walk up with their short hair, and they just start making out. And Rey turns to the camera and says, "Look at that, two lesbians making out. See how progressive we are?" And it cuts to Kathleen Kennedy smiling, and then it cuts to a Native American who has one tear that drops down.
But but I just want to reply to that because they think I give shit because I had David Stewart on the channel and I'm a fan of him, but he doesn't just make fucking Star Wars videos. That's all I'm saying. Like, there's these channels that I like, and all they do is the same content like that, and I think they're selling themselves short. When they could be making better content than that, like even Geeks and Gamers.
I disagree. I disagree. I don't think they're. I don't think they're selling themselves short. I think that that's the only thing they have to talk about, and for the most part, it makes them money. It makes them enough.
It does make money.
Just bitching about Star Wars and Marvel and everything Disney
build
has.
A whole channel around that. No, it's true.
Also, I want to say I have nothing against lesbians making out. No. If these two women looked like Rey, or even if they were characters who were lesbians, I'd be fine with that. It's just that Disney has no balls, no ovaries, no sex organs at all. And these are just two random characters that kiss. It feels like something J.K. Rowling would come up with. It's just
very ridiculous. Harry Potter. I felt that way too.
I want to see the Empire, like the Emperor die and two lesbians start fucking scissoring like it's blue is the warmest color. They're fucking eating Italian pasta, shoving it in each other's cunts, and just grinding on each other.
Well, because even to go back to the thing,
that's how Return of the Jedi should have ended.
Even,
and I know Mr. Lynch would agree with me. That's right, Doc.
To even go back to that, iDubbbz put Geeks and Gamers in one of his videos making fun of him because when those tweets came out from James Gunn, and then they were all like, "These are not jokes. These are not funny. Disney should not work with this guy." And and everybody, Ethan Van Sciver made the videos, Geeks and Gamers, and they were all just attacking James Gunn. Then he got fired, and they were all celebrating it. And then he got hired back again, and then nobody gives a shit anymore. And it's just stuff like that. Like they lack nuance with their points of view. It's just like everything Disney shit. Now we hate James Gunn. Now he's a villain, because he's making these fucked up jokes, even though if somebody else was making the fucked up jokes, they probably wouldn't care. It's just because he was working for Disney and that he doesn't like Trump.
Yeah, I mean,
it's that kind of stuff that annoys me. Like that's the stuff that pisses me off.
The James Gunn stuff is so revealing.
Yes,
because if you care about movies more than politics, you should be thinking this is ridiculous. Not, oh look, they got one of the liberals.
I agree, because then that makes you like the people that you criticize when they try to deplatform.
Oh, fuck, Ryan, that's some good shit. Where did you get that?
When they try to
the chick who was in your movie?
Well, because they try to
that's good.
They try to deplatform or censor like people on the right, and we're always like, that's bullshit. But then you look hypocritical when you're doing the same thing, and it's like, okay, well, I thought you were just talking about good movies and bad movies here. Like, that's what you cared about, that you don't like these movies because they're good. Because, the thing's always going to be, oh, you think you're cool shitting on these new Star Wars movies. Like, no, I think I'm cool because I'm fucking cool. I'm shitting on these new Star Wars movies because they're bad. They don't validate my coolness. My coolness is validated by me. But that was not salt on crate. You're right, chat. It was actually Himalayan pink salt. That's why it turned red. People have been thematically looking at this wrong. Yeah, Ryan Johnson wasn't making a salt thing or a white man bleeding. It was about cocaine.
Yeah, it was about cocaine. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Ryan Johnson is just preaching his cocaine love, movie after movie. And now, if you look at Knives Out, really what it is an anti-opioid movie because he wants more cocaine. He's an upper man. He's into uppers.
You think about it, Brick, his first movie, The Brick was Brick of drugs.
Yeah,
that's where it starts. And in Looper, they're all doing drugs as well. And what is Breaking Bad about? Guy making drugs.
Oh my God.
I know.
You're blowing my mind here.
It's all connected.
What does The Fly represent? Nothing. He was just high on coke. And he was chasing after a fly.
Yeah, they're like, Ryan, what does this mean? And he's like, what? Just listen, we're just going to do one of those GoPro shots.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Last Jedi is really a movie about cocaine and how we all need it. Kill the past.
Yeah.
Revive cocaine.
Yeah, like snort it if you have to.
Yeah, he's saying snort it.
Yeah, it's
Laura Dern, her hair is pink. It's cut short.
That's true.
She looks like a junkie. That's the point.
But that's the thing.
She looks.
That's what shocked me when I called you, though, that we both found this to be an entertaining. I think I don't want to say pleasantly surprised, but I was as badly edited as this film is, or like Michael Bayish as it is. I had more fun watching this movie than the other two movies, and I probably had more fun watching this than most J.J. Abrams movies, outside of like Mission Impossible 3 and stuff like that.
If I had to give it a comparison, it compares to me with. It's so hard to say this because it is a Star Wars movie, even though these past three have been garbage, and the prequels are garbage, but not to the extent these are.
But Razor, the prequels are
But
best.
Razor,
The prequels are great.
at least the prequels were like weird. They felt like, I mean, if you had to explain what autism is through film, you could just show the prequels.
Well, my favorite point in the Plinkett reviews, besides the humor,
And that's not a negative.
'Cause-
That's just
because
honesty.
my thing about the Plinkett reviews, I really love the humor. Like, I want to fuck my cat, and then he fucks his cat, and he has the chicks in his basement. But I really love Mike's, because it was the first time I saw somebody do this online, and it's what got big with this essay thing. And I don't think anyone's ever done it as perfectly, maybe, as he did. But that just, like, he really explains why the filmmaking, like, he makes that great point about Attack of the Clones, that the one scene that they don't have lightsabers to rely on, the stadium scene where they have to fight the monsters off, actually builds tension because they don't have it, and it show like. But then Revenge of the Sith, how he breaks down, it's shot like a soap opera, and the blocking and the sets, because that was always the thing with me when I saw the prequels when I was young, and why I like Phantom Menace more. And I think it's the underrated one out of the three, because I think
It is. Phantom Menace is the only one that is halfway decent.
Because I think it's
of those,
I think it's the most
or
cinematic of the three. I think it has the
prequels.
most interesting shots. It was shot on film. The other two were shot digitally, and it shows. It has locations and more practical effects. I think there's shots in Phantom Menace that are beautiful.
I love the racial stereotypes.
Oh yeah,
you know.
yeah, me too.
I'm in love with those Trade Federation guys. Who talk like this?
Yeah.
They sound like something out of a 1940s propaganda film. They sound like those Jap commanders, the Jap admirals.
Well, because the thing with Phantom Menace, like, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's got problems. Like,
Okay, well, actually, before you get into that, I wanted to say I'm seeing something in the chat.
yeah.
People are saying they were bored watching this movie. I can understand that. If you saw it with a friend, as I did, it was really fun watching it, quipping this new Skywalker. You know, if you guys saw Rise of Skywalker alone, I imagine it would be really boring and frustrating.
I think as a movie, it is a very dull movie. I mean, I do think it's a very dull movie. I was entertained watching it, but as a film, like, it does lack momentum. It's just because of that thing, and that it has this immediacy to everything, so you don't really ever get into it.
Wado did not like it.
Yeah, you can never like get into Rise of the Skywalker. Like the movie never slows down to become a movie. Which I really wasn't expecting. I really didn't expect it to be this kind of like that Michael Bay Transformers kind of editing. That blew my fucking mind.
There is not a slow moment that's longer than 5 minutes.
It's true. It's like there's not.
Wado will give you no more than 5 minutes.
You know, I was thinking about you know about Baby Yoda, right? I know you didn't finish The Mandalorian, but there's
I have not gotten through the first episode of The Mandalorian.
But there's Baby Yoda. That's the big thing now. You know, like
I've seen the memes. I really thought that Skywalker was going to make a lot of money because of the hype built up by The Mandalorian and Baby Yoda.
I did too. Well, there's talk that, you know, Jon Favreau's the guy now, because now that the D&D are out of the trilogy and Rian Johnson isn't making his trilogy more, they're saying that, you know, it's Favreau is the Star Wars guy, which is probably a better choice and a wiser decision to let Jon Favreau. Although let's do a retroactive. You're back. Let's go back in time, me and you, because now it's over. The saga's over. Let's go back in time. Disney buys Star Wars. What do you do? Do you do a sequel trilogy at all? And if you do, who do you hire? Or do you not do that? Do you just do the standalone movies like Rogue One and stuff?
Who do I hire?
Yeah, because I always thought like Brad Bird. You were gonna do an.
Are we saying? Are we putting Jon Favreau in this somehow? Is that what we're talking about? Or are we just saying anyone?
Anyone in Disney purchases Star Wars. A movie has to come out in 2 or 3 years. J.J. Abrams on paper actually made a lot of sense from a financial standpoint. And Star Trek Into Darkness, he was basically auditioning for Star Wars. And he has said as much. But I wonder, what do you think would be the different traction? Do you do a trilogy where each one's a different director, like the OT and what they were originally going to do here, or do you pick one guy and let him make 3 movies? And who is it?
I think. Okay, I'll go first with just a brief introduction of what I think. The amount of money that the first Disney Star Wars made, Force Awakens, it's so much money that it's hard to argue against it. But as far as the quality, I think it needed a better screenplay more than it needed a better director.
I 100%, because I think that money would have been made despite the screenplay or not. Like, I don't think it mattered. I think it was going to make $2 million regardless. $2 billion because of it being the Star Wars sequel. But yeah, when they said about Lawrence Kasdan coming in, who's one of my favorite writers, by the way, and a director I'm a fan of. Body Heat, if you haven't seen it, fantastic. The Accidental Tourist. The Big Chill's aged a little bit, but I'm still a big fan. But really terrific writer. When I heard he was coming in, and then Michael Arndt.
Silverado shows he has action chops.
Michael Arndt wrote the original screenplay, and he wrote Little Miss Sunshine and Toy Story 3. And then Abrams came in and did a rewrite on that script with Lawrence Kasdan, and they would talk about how they walked around for hours and came up with ideas. And I will say at the time, I was like, man, wow, Lawrence Kasdan sitting around talking about ideas. This could be really cool. And I don't think
as soon as I saw the movie, I thought that's a lie.
It's 100%
they didn't
a lie.
do that.
Because I don't actually think J.J. Abrams, I'll say, I don't think he's a bad director. As far as like action and pacing and all, I don't think Force Awakens is a bad like set piece spectacle blockbuster. How it flows and everything. It really is just the screenplay, the characterization, the choices they made that I have more issue with than how he executes Star Wars visually. That didn't really bother me. Like I think it's a good looking movie.
I'm gonna have to say I disagree. I mean, Abrams did a fine job if you look at how much money it made.
And it's very
it's hard to argue against it.
It's workmanlike too.
But just think of the performances that Abrams got from those actors. We know Oscar Isaac is a fantastic actor. We know that, Carrie Fisher can act.
John Boyega has been very good in other stuff.
John Boyega has been really good in stuff. You know what? Daisy Ridley was pretty good in that Murder on the Orient Express adaptation.
I'll say this about Force Awakens. It's not a badly cast movie throughout. Adam Driver.
Abrams could not get any performance from them. It was all dry and stilted. The screenplay didn't help, of course, but Abrams is not good at getting a great performance from someone. And I think that's pretty obvious.
Because that's weird for you to say, because I feel like, I mean, you might totally disagree, but I actually think that first Star Trek movie has pretty good performances in it, like Carl Urban as Bones. I think Chris Pine gives a fun performance. I think
yeah, but those are pretty much writing themselves. They can see, what was Kirk like? What was Bones like?
Yeah, pre-established
Carl Urban just does Bones.
And then the characters on Lost, the pilot, and he created all those. I think those are good performances too. But there is a weird thing. It is weird how flat everything is in The Force Awakens. It is odd.
They're TV performances. I'm not going to say they're horrible, but for TV they were.
For network TV, especially
for network television, they were suitable. But that's just it. You need something more with Star Wars, and the screenplay really needs something more than what we were given.
So you're saying change the writing
I was
team?
So disappointed walking out of Force Awakens, and I expect very little. I expected very little.
Well, it didn't have to be great. That was the thing. It just had to be like decent.
I didn't think it was decent.
I didn't either.
I wish it was indecent. I'll say that, man.
I mean,
some tits that are really helpful.
I remember being so excited too, because Oscar Isaac at the time, I was like in love with his work, and I was very excited for him to be. Originally that was Michael Fassbender, and they were going to kill him off during the Sheen Rex because he wanted you to think
Shinoga the Dragon Slayer. Yes, it is very androgynous.
Mm-hmm.
And also, whoever said Hideaki Anno, Star Wars, uh, something candidates, the chat, Hideaki Anno, Star Wars, I like that. I want to see that. If they gave Anno just a standalone Star Wars movie, like what was that Rogue One, something like Rogue One, and we got to see just some crazy Anno action like he did with Shin Godzilla. I mean, I would be back into the franchise if they gave us something of the quality of Shin Godzilla.
Okay, so let's say, like, okay, you have to hire a writer. Because on paper, Lawrence Kasdan sounds awesome, but obviously that didn't work out. So who writes The Force Awakens in this?
The Force Awakens? That's a tough
we're
one.
Siskel and Ebert. If we pick the winners, right? The Oscars.
Oh,
if we pick
yeah.
the writers.
Charlie Kaufman, you know, he's going to give a good script. It's going to be crazy. But then again, I don't know if he's into Star Wars. Even, you know, Kevin Smith, I'd take his Star Wars. Frankly,
You know what I think
Kevin
that script
Smith-
really needed? I think it needed like a script doctoring like that. Like you bring in a dialogue guy like Kevin Smith or somebody. Like you know,
Yeah.
like somebody to come in and do a pass on that script and say, "Hey, I'll liven up the characters. I'll add, you know, the way that Lawrence Kasdan did a lot in the Empire, you know, a lot of the good dialogue, you know, like I feel like that if they would have got someone like that, like what Tarantino did in a lot of movies in the 90s.
Yeah, like Tarantino on Crimson Tide, man.
Yeah, you need that because that gives your movie personality.
Exactly. I mean, Kevin Smith, let's be honest, he's not a great screenwriter.
No.
As far as drama goes, he's just not. But with Star Wars, we know he can do a good Daredevil on comic books. You know, in comic books, he has a good Daredevil, a terrible Batman.
I have a different pick. I would have went with like Drew Goddard, coming off like Cabin in the Woods, and he developed Daredevil, and he wrote The Martian. I think he probably could have done a good job. And he's worked with Abrams because he wrote on Lost.
Smith just popped into my head as someone who could just, not the screenwriter solely, but someone who could have showed up
I like that
and
idea.
put in some good lines. Drew Goddard is a good choice. He's one of the few Lost writers who actually came out of it looking good.
Yeah, because him and Paul Dini both worked on it, in particular season 4 of Lost, and I feel like, yeah, Drew Goddard, I think about him because Abrams connection, it's like, and he wrote, I think he wrote Cloverfield too, but if he came in, I think he would have been, if I could go back, I was like, oh yeah, he would have been a really good choice, especially at the time, because I don't think they knew how good he was, and now he's more of a name than he was at that time, but although his last movie didn't do well, that Bad Times at Del Royale, like that movie did really bad, but yeah, I think if he would have worked on Force and then maybe kind of came out with an outline for a trilogy, you know, because he does that subversion thing too, or deconstruction or meta, but he does it so much better than one like Rian Johnson did with The Last Jedi. Because I don't mind them taking that approach with the new Star Wars films. If you want to do that, you know, because that's what Cabin in the Woods does with horror movies. But it has to be done well, because I guess the equivalent I would make is that he would have been their Joss Whedon a la Avengers for Marvel, because that's basically what Force Awakens was in a lot of ways. It was the Avengers of Star Wars. It's like, let's get everybody together for this big movie. You know, the trio's back. There's new characters. It's a big movie. You need your Whedon. You need your guy who can write the one-liners, and you know, let the actors have fun back and forth with each other. Because that's really the biggest issue with that movie, is that Poe, Finn, and anyone, their dialogue exchanges just don't have that snap that you want.
Not that snap. There's just no snap.
Yeah, there's no snap.
Their dialogue is sluggish.
And it's more like physical
the opposite of
comedy.
wit.
There's a lot of slapstick. Like the funniest stuff for me in Force Awakens is the BB-8 stuff, and that's all visual. Like when he gives the thumbs up and stuff, like all of it's like visual gags that feel like a special effects artist came up with.
I can't see liking any of them, man. And to me, I see. Oh, they're talking to James Gunn. You know, James Gunn is a really good writer. when it comes to coming up with a story about underdogs. You can look at Super, fantastic script. Even I love Tromeo and Juliet. He's really good at coming up with
That's a
down
very
and
good
out
point, Noel.
characters.
That the world building is one of the biggest issues. Because the OT is kind of like very much world building's a key to it in these new movies. Yeah, the lack of world building. They feel small.
Yeah. And I hate that Rich Evans and I love Red Letter Media, but they're always saying, "Oh, Star Wars is so small. It's so small." I disagree with that immensely. You look at the enormous amount of comic books, the once great video games. I personally really love the old Knights of the Old Republic games, and
It doesn't have to
it's
be small.
it's not a small universe unless you make it that way. And that's exactly what the new movies did. And
Well, remember, that's what everyone felt
key-
when Infinity War came out. Like, it came out the year right after Last Jedi, and I remember a lot of the response was, this was the epic, cosmic big thing that we wanted the new Star Wars movies to be, and it's like the Russos and those writers did it with that movie. Like, seeing Thanos bring a moon down to crash into Iron Man, it's like, no, this feels like anything could happen. It makes sense in its own logic. Even though physics don't matter and all that, but you don't care. But with these new Star Wars movies, because they don't get away with that, there's not the escapism, the sense of a discovery that's so key to that stuff, which Marvel really captured in its best movies. You start to question the things you maybe wouldn't question otherwise. Like, I did think it was stupid that the Star Destroyers could blow up a planet. Like, it was bothering me, and it was like, I don't think this would have bothered me if I was loving this and loving the world building, but it just seems stupid. Or, like, stuff that, I know Star Wars is never, it's fantasy, but, like, yeah, when, like, Kylo sees all the planets blow up and they can see it from, like, all this stuff that's just completely scientifically inaccurate. And people say Star Wars always did that, but it used to be like, to get away with that stuff, it has to make sense in its own way in these new movies, because they don't have their own internal logic, and their world building isn't sound. The blueprint of the movies isn't there. Those things just seem silly when they otherwise maybe wouldn't. It seems stupid when stuff happens in these new movies.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely, and I think we can learn a lot. Let's just take a little rewind, okay? Let's rewind back to 1977 and look at who's writing what from 77 to 83. The first movie, we have Lucas, and Lucas is not a bad writer like people disparage him as. People disparage George Lucas as everything negative. That's been going on for 20 years. I personally really like George Lucas. I love American Graffiti, and that's really the basis of my love for Lucas.
Me too. That movie in particular.
And if you listen to the amazing tapes from the writing of Indiana Jones, the Raiders of the Lost Ark, or you read the transcripts of them, it's crazy
you can smell the cocaine being sniffed during the reading. You can feel it. It's like
reading it out loud. Your gums will actually get numb, like a dirty cop in an 80s drug bust.
What surprised us about it, you went through it, is that Spielberg gets so much credit for Raiders, but then you read that thing and it's like Lucas comes in with all the ideas.
Yeah, Lucas is, through the whole thing, Lucas comes in with a million ideas. Spielberg is thinking of one thing, and bizarrely, it's pussy. And Lawrence Kasdan
Spielberg, and that's
really,
hilarious.
really nervous.
But Lucas, it's one of those things where he has let's say he has 100 ideas and 98 of them are great, which is a sign of something special. And what George Lucas can do, is he a great dialogue writer? No, he's not one of the greatest. He's not a fucking Tarantino. He's not he's not that guy.
I wouldn't put Tarantino up with the greatest dialogue
people,
writers.
he's famous for
he's
that.
no Billy Wilder. He ain't no David Mamet.
No, but Pulp Fiction has better dialogue than a lot of George Lucas stuff. I'm just saying, dialogue people. But that's not what he's interested in, though. That's what, when people make that criticism, they're not really looking at it the right way. That's not what George Lucas is into, and he was wise enough with Empire Strikes Back in particular to not write the dialogue, and he knew that he knew that he had these three actors, because I think when that original trilogy, and people don't talk about it enough,
Ryan, could you pass this over to George?
the chemistry that Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Mark Hamill develop of that is this classic Hollywood back and forth, lightning in a bottle sort of thing that is hard to recapture, that any filmmaker would have a hard time recapturing. It was just the serendipity of those three when they're on screen together. It just is fireworks. They even each other out. And it hides the illusion of the movie and the world and all that. Actors, they're glue. That you don't really notice it's a movie, and that's what's so key. And I really think what makes New Hope such a wonderful movie to really think about it coming 1977 is just like the three of them becoming the movie stars they are while you watch that movie. You see it happening, and it feels like they're discovering it too while it's happening. Like he knows that, because Siskel and Ebert talked about this when they did the review again in the 90s, and it's a great point that Gene Siskel says, I'm impressed that they got Alec Guinness in the movie, but he says, I'm more impressed that George Lucas even had the idea and the balls to call Alec Guinness and think he could get him, because you have him and Peter Cushing to be like the rock for it, and having these actors who are a little rougher around the edges, it gives a believability to that trio, because they are inexperienced and rough around the edges. They're not supposed to be the heroes of the story. And then they become the heroes, and then the confidence builds in the performances and in the characters, so it feels organic when you go in Empire Strikes Back. And then Return of the Jedi, Mark Hamill's a fully realized leading man, and it's believable. And Lucas has an instinct for those things.
A lot has happened between those movies, and I'm not just talking about the plot, I'm talking about the writers.
Yeah.
So the first one, we have Lucas, and he's bouncing ideas all over the place to Brian De Palma, to Spielberg. He's bouncing them off Coppola.
His wife is involved in the editing.
And I'm not saying that's a negative. He's reaching out to other people, and he cuts out a lot of terrible dialogue from the original script to Star Wars. Mark Hamill is the first to say that. He talks about the terrible, awkward lines. Star Wars has some weird lines, but the language is kind of antiquated, and it feels right for this fantasy Buck Rogers adventure that he conceived it to be. But then, when we get into Empire Strikes Back, I really think it's important that people realize Lucas did not write that. It's not just that he didn't direct it. He didn't write it. He barely wrote the story. As far as the story was concerned, he had what was, I believe, just a 3-hour meeting over lunch with the writer Lee Brackett. And he didn't even know she was a screenwriter. Lee Brackett had written movies back in the 1940s and 50s. She worked with Harlan Ellison, William Faulkner, and she also wrote novels of herself. For herself, she wrote fantasy novels, and she's very talented. She was, I should say, and she was, frankly, revolutionary when it comes to what's known as the planetary romance genre, which is similar to a space opera, but it is different. And she came in, and
I'd also like to point out, worked on 3 of my favorite films of all time, honestly: Big Sleep, Rio Bravo, and Long Goodbye. Which if you think about those movies and how it's these character interactions are such a crux of a lot of those movies, and you think about Empire Strikes Back, you'll see that element in there. And it was very wise of George Lucas to seek outside help for the sequel, because he knew it had to be something, like, to elevate it, he had to do something different. It's really not that different from what Rian Johnson tried to do. Like, I have to do something different and separate. Like, Empire Strikes Back is a different movie from New Hope.
Yeah.
And that was a good choice in
George
1980.
Lucas envisioned Hoth as an ice castle. All he had to say about Yoda to Lee Brackett was, I think it should be a small bunny-like character named Buffy. And just a few of the sayings that Yoda should
Yeah, isn't
have.
she really like Yoda? Isn't she? Didn't she come up with most
Yes.
of the Yoda stuff? Which
She's
is
the one who writes out Yoda. She maintained the ice castle that he wanted, but gave it more of a World War I
Do you
feel.
remember that thing in the Plinkett review with I mean, I'm sure you remember, but it's so funny with the Yoda thing. It's like, I don't like that Yoda has a handicap by being small with his little lightsaber, and then he's like, Yoda, I'm sorry. All those wise things you're saying about the Force, they don't matter. Like, it says size matters not, and he's like, no, I'm sorry, it does. You're little, you have to jump around.
Lee Brackett worked with Howard Hawks on multiple films. Rio Bravo, her script on that is fantastic.
Phenomenal.
Quentin Tarantino himself called it the ultimate hangout movie. It's one of his favorites. Her script on The Big Sleep is superb.
Well, that's the thing. People don't talk about. We and you talked about it one night. He was at my Blood Money was up here visiting back in February. We had this long, late night conversation about Empire Strikes Back, and people just the sophistication of this movie for a blockbuster, even in the Spielberg era of just this golden era of blockbuster 70s, 80s. That movie script and dialogue and the performances and the way it's directed, the way it's shot. It's just kind of elevated. It's on like a level that's just a little bit more that only maybe Spielberg ever matched a few times with some of his work.
Now, sadly, Lee Brackett died before she ever even saw the movie, and the dialogue was touched up by a very young Lawrence Kasdan. Now, if you look at Lawrence Kasdan at this period, he had only worked on one big thing, and that's Raiders. He'd worked on the script for Raiders. With
sorry, Noel brought up Spielberg. I don't know if Spielberg would have made a good Episode 7 either, though. I don't think modern Spielberg. I mean, if you asked me,
well, are we talking Episode 7 as in
Force Awakens? Like
Force
Steven
Awakens?
Spielberg, if he had directed it instead of J.J. Abrams. I mean, I think it would have been.
If anything, he should have directed Episode 8 or 9
or Return of the Jedi, like George Lucas wanted.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, one can dream, right?
Oh man, Steven Spielberg. Although I feel like it probably wouldn't be that different of a movie.
Kasdan is amazing at dialogue touch-ups, and he brought all of that sexuality into Leia and Han Solo, and the quippy one-liners.
John McKelly. No, this is not a 2-hour review of the movie. We've been talking about everything. Sorry,
although, if it was a 2-hour review, would that be a problem?
Yeah, I don't see.
Mahler has what, a 10-hour review?
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think a long review wouldn't be bad. But no, I was just answer. Yeah, I agree with you. But your point's great because he gets a lot of credit for the Han Solo stuff, Kasdan.
Rightfully so, you know.
Yeah, and
he wrote a lot of it.
Yeah, and that also is a part of the Empire Strikes Back as Han Solo. Somehow you even top how great he is in New Hope. And Harrison Ford's just better in Empire Strikes Back. They're all better. Carrie Fisher's not doing that stupid fucking accent that comes and goes. Mark Hamill just gets really good as the series goes on. Mark Hamill just becomes a really good actor.
Yeah, I mean, he worked with Samuel Fuller between episode 5 and 6, I guess, or Empire and Jedi. He worked with Fuller between those, and he said he learned a lot.
And he was doing like theater work then too. He was like an Amadeus and
yeah. I mean, but if you guys want to think about what did Lee Brackett, this mysterious presence who only worked on one movie, what did she bring to the movie? Look at the difference between Empire and Jedi. Jedi had just Lucas talking to Lawrence Kasdan, and Empire had Lucas telling Lee Brackett how to write the script, and then Lawrence Kasdan doing the touch-ups for the quips and all of the kind of sexier personal scenes between Han and Leia. And you've got that same kind of chemistry right in there in Jedi. But you don't have the grand epic scale that you'd want. And I think if Lee Brackett were alive, she would have really killed that with Empire Strikes Back.
Pat, do you prefer Star Wars or Dune? What do you mean? Do you mean the movies, or do you just mean as properties? Like, do I prefer Dune the novel to Star Wars? Or are you saying, do I prefer because
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
Because I don't prefer David Lynch's Dune to Star Wars. I like David Lynch's Dune, but no, I don't think it's as good as Star Wars. Now, if you're asking me now when it comes to terms of the book to New Hope, I probably prefer Dune. I don't know that and there's certainly a lot of Dune in Star Wars. So that is interesting because I'm not really sure. And I'm interested in seeing Denis Villeneuve's Dune movies, how that'll come across.
Yeah, the first Dune novel and even the subsequent are fantastic.
Yeah, I'm a fan. Yeah, Children of Dune, all that. I really.
What does in general mean? I mean, are we saying Star Wars as just the movie, or Star Wars the universe versus Dune the universe?
Yeah.
And yes, Sting was in David Lynch's Dune. And if I had to say anything, David Lynch's Dune is better than all of the Star Wars movies outside of the original 3.
I agree. Yeah. Now, as universes go, personally, for me, I probably, excluding some aesthetic things about Star Wars, I really like lightsabers and all. I like them as much as anybody, and I particularly like them when Gundams use them. I like those aesthetics in mech shows. I probably prefer the mythology and all that to Dune a little bit more. I think and Arrakis and the it's a bit more cerebral though, which I think I lean more towards than that of what's Star Wars. Back for now from a long training stint in the military. Glad to see this channel is still going on with film now. Well, thank you, Jack. I'm glad for you to be back. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you.
In reviewing and analyzing Star Wars, because that's the true honor.
We're the real heroes.
The true honor is talking about Dune. That's where heroics lie.
My name is a killing word. No, Dune's badass.
Dune is fucking badass. Yeah. And it's crazy how good the drummer of Toto is as a composer. Mm-hmm. He and Brian Eno. How am I, Dr. Blood Money? I am a doctor who works with blood and with money. Or how am I as a person? I am, you know, fine. That's the word I was looking for. Dune influenced Star Wars. There's no denying that.
Luke, I mean, the Joseph Campbell's hero journey structure, Paul and Luke, the Jedi, and the whole Kwisatz Haderach, I mean, all of that stuff, the powers. I mean, the Force is very similar, like, conceptually. and then there's this evil empire. You know, the Harkonnens are like an evil, empire. And one thing I think the thing narratively about Dune that I've always preferred to most stories like this Star Wars, I just love in particular with the first book, and it's great in the movie too, is the Harkonnen plan with the Emperor, the way that they kill, the way they plan to destroy the House Atreides, and then this son has to start from the bottom up again to build back up his family. And I think that's just such a great fucking idea, and it's so compelling. It's Game of Thrones-esque. It's very like the first two seasons of Game of Thrones.
I would say it's this Machiavel
Yes.
plotting,
Yeah, and that's just so
Machiavellian plot
Yes.
against Harkonnen, or from Harkonnen against Atreides.
Yes, and I love
you
that
have
about it.
a Shakespearean plot. It's a Shakespearean, or if you rather Jacobean revenge tragedy, and the characters are pulled from Shakespeare, and they're also pulled from the Greek myths, from Suetonius's The 12 Caesars, and they're pulled from that kind of Hero with a Thousand Faces, Joseph Campbell stuff.
Yeah, and Dune has a great, I mean, and it's stuff that, and it's honestly, it's not that far from Star Wars in this way, where it's like a line of dialogue from Star Wars, a line could be epic, and like, the Force will be with you, use the Force. Like, Dune has things like that too. A phrase or something someone says to somebody, the importance that it can carry over, but also that it can open up the imagination in the viewer.
Yeah, and yes, of course, Hideaki Anno faps to pictures of Kaoru. Of course he does, but not to get off, chat. He's not doing that to get off. He does it just as a daily thing. It's part of the rotation. I do think that Anno is probably influenced by Dune as well, but not directly. You see Dune in everything. And a lot of that is because Jodorowsky, when he made his enormous book of Dune, if you want to call it that, and sent it to every studio.
Oh, Jodorowsky.
It is illustrated by Mobius. It's full of crazy ideas visually and, philosophically, what he's doing with this movie. And people who see it are influenced by it. You can watch the movie Jodorowsky's Dune and get a kind of good idea of all the talent he had and what Dune would have been. I'm not saying the movie he would have made would have been good, but just his giant book illustrated by the great comic artist Mobius, who is super influential on his own. And you can see his work with Jodorowsky in the great comic or graphic novel, The Incal, or The Incal, which I really recommend. Everyone is influenced by that. Ridley Scott, I would say Spielberg definitely, and even over in Japan, it influences Frank Herbert, and Frank Herbert influences a lot of the science fiction writers working over there. Even Kobo Abe, who's more of a literary writer. And Dune is a huge influence on Star Wars and on Mobile Suit Gundam.
Wooster, to your point, I don't think the word of mouth on this movie is actually going to be good. I found the movie enjoyable. I don't think mainstream audiences are going to love this movie. And I do think a lot of it has to do with the editing. And I think a lot of people are going to be bored by it, like some of you said you were. I think a lot of people are going to come out confused and bored and disappointed. I think that's going to be... I don't think general audiences... I mean, I'm not saying they're going to hate it, but I think it's going to be very mixed. So I expect a big second week drop, personally. I could be wrong, but for I'm expecting, like, big drops for Rise of the Skywalker. I would say it's going to be the fall of the Skywalker, really. I don't see people loving this movie. Internationally, I don't even see it doing that well. It's just, how it's put together. I don't think it translates universally, like in the way Force Awakens did. Where it doesn't really matter what people are saying. It's just a non-stop chase movie. This is also a non-stop chase movie with Kylo chasing Rey. It just doesn't have the flow that Force Awakens had as a movie.
Okay, so who in the chat has seen it? Just say yes. And did you like it? Did anyone like it? I'm not going to belittle anyone for liking this movie, but I just doubt anyone who's seen it likes it. I don't think there's going to be any good word of mouth.
I don't either. I honestly mean
And
it though.
I don't really care.
I
I feel like
I honestly mean this though.
no one is going to care about this movie except for Disney executives.
I honestly mean this though. I kind of liked it. Like I didn't think it was
Yeah, I kind of liked it
I
too.
didn't think it was a good movie,
Just
but I
because
kind of liked it. Yeah.
it's like the Justice League
It
movie.
totally
It's
is.
kind of not so bad it's good, but it's so corporate and commercial, and the way it's put together is so amateurish that you kind of have to look at it and laugh. Yeah, anyone who has seen Rise of Skywalker, say they have, say what they thought. Just say you liked it if you liked it. I mean, I kind of enjoyed it, but that was from quipping with a friend. You know, it might as well have been The Room.
I don't know. I just like movies like this though. Like there was something. I mean, it's hard for me to explain, but it's something about the way the movie looked and the way it felt and the way it was put together. There was something I found very charming about, like the Emperor being in it and it being so over the top, and that
The Emperor's
all
Gold.
the stuff,
I mean,
all the stuff with the
gold.
people. Like he's in this, like I don't know, this arena with the people watch. I found that all to be very entertaining. I liked. It was just. I just think of Goofy in my head, just goofy camp. I don't know, like it was just. It reminds me of really low budget movies that I love. That's like stuff you would
He is
see.
surrounded by a blacked cloak, satanic cult-looking audience
Yeah.
that is the size of like 20 Super Bowls, cheering at Rey's imminent murder of the Emperor, so she can become the Empress of Evil.
Yeah, no, it's just stuff like it's like that, and like just the flying troopers and then blowing them up and Ray shooting. Like it was all just so it was like a Saturday morning cartoon with that shit. Sometimes it was like I don't know. It's the same way that sometimes I'll like a Stephen Sommers film. The guy directed the Mummy movies, or like
Yeah.
I felt like that. I felt like you know, a lot of people hate that movie Van Helsing, and I just watched that movie and just like think it's so hilarious and fun, and just how incompetent it. That's how I felt watching this. This honestly didn't feel like
Yeah,
a.
like League of Extraordinary
Yes, it was
Gentlemen. How
very.
incompetent that
Yes, it's
movie
very
is.
League of Extraordinary. I was thinking exactly the same fucking thing. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. That's what it reminded me
Batman
of.
Robin.
Yeah, and I enjoy those movies. I have a fun time watching those movies.
Yeah. I mean, if you guys are wondering how schlock the Emperor is in this, just picture Mike Stocklasa playing the role.
No,
I mean,
it borderline feels like people
it's
in dress
exactly
up
that.
doing parody. Like it really has this feeling of like a fan film or something. Like it really is like to the levels of bad fan fiction, or just like something you would read on a forum post or something. Like Abrams goes there.
Fuck, I would say this is good fan fiction, man. I mean, what it is already fan fiction.
That's true.
To me, they put a lot of work into this fan fiction.
Yeah, it's
And
a fan who put a lot of time into their fan fiction. You know, they give you your fan fiction, like, damn, dude, you really thought this shit out with the Emperor. Fuck, like the Emperor being in it so quickly, like immediately lets you know the kind of movie this is gonna be, and that Abrams doesn't give a fuck.
yeah, this is a funny thing. Okay, so Pat thought he was about 15 minutes late into the movie.
Yeah,
And I was like, okay, well, maybe you missed this part, this part, this part. And then he told me where he came in. And I had to tell him, no, the slow motion part where Kylo Ren is killing people in the California redwoods with his lightsaber is actually the first scene of the movie. You didn't miss anything except for the title scroll.
Yeah, I thought it felt to me like I had missed 20 minutes or something, because I came in a little late and I was like, oh man, the movie must have already going, because this can't be the opening. They can't introduce the Emperor like this in the first scene and all that at the beginning of the movie. And he told me, he was like, no, that's the beginning. I was like, what?
Yeah. The dialogue is this bad, too. His reply to the Emperor's big speech, Kylo Ren just goes, I killed Snoke, and I'm gonna kill you. And he feels like the jock that's been cast in the big high school play because he's kind of good looking.
Yes, and
And the
he's
Emperor
yes.
is being played by the drama teacher.
Yes, that's exactly what it felt like. Everything looked cheap. It felt cheap. It clearly wasn't cheap. They clearly spent a lot of money, but it felt cheap. And I
It did.
and I would
It felt like a last minute
it
reshoot.
did.
Unlike the part where you see him meet Han Solo and Kylo Ren goes back to being Ben Solo.
Man, Harrison Ford
Uh,
looked fucking great.
Harrison Ford did look
He
great.
looked
I don't know if that was
I don't he
CGI.
looked like the de-aging stuff like did not look as bad as I was expecting. That stuff
No,
looked
Carrie Fisher, honestly, uh, when I saw her, I thought, why is Rey the one that looks like shit? Why does Rey look fake? And it's because they give her this crazy backlighting that
yes.
makes her look like she's an angel. I'm not joking. She looks like an angel. And compared to Carrie Fisher, I mean, fucking anyone would look like an angel.
Also,
Carrie Fisher looks like some sort of bulldog that was raped by Satan with a dick of
Let me
cocaine.
ask you, did you like the Luke and Leia training sequence? See, I thought that was something I would have liked to have seen explored more. Like, narratively, if I structured the screenplay, I would have it built around Rey kind of having to go through, like, these past flashbacks, and you're seeing stuff that we didn't get to see in that 30-year gap. Because I actually like the idea of Luke training Leia and them doing the thing like they're fencing and they have the helmets on. I actually thought like that was a good idea. It was very like I hate to make the anime comparison again, but it reminded me it's like, this could have been like to tie into the whole cheesiness of it. I think if the movie would have started and the opening scene would have been Luke training Leia, and then that's kind of a narrative thing played throughout the film that builds up to some kind of revelation. I really would have dug that, and I thought the Han Solo thing would completely fall flat, but it doesn't. It's
Yeah, there is a movie there.
I
And yeah, the Harrison Ford thing, he does not come back as a Force ghost like people are saying. He comes back as something even weirder, a force hallucination caused by Carrie Fisher to bring Kylo Ren to the good side, I guess. And it's actually a pretty good moment. Harrison Ford really tries,
yes, more
and
than he did in a lot of Force Awakens.
it's actually kind of touching.
I agree, and the music cues they pick. Actually, throughout the whole movie, I liked the music cues. I thought the music kept helping the movie more. Like some of the tracks they picked are some of the best throughout the whole saga, and like there would just be moments they would hit a cue, like a John Williams from the OT or something. And you're like, man, fuck, that music's just so good. But yeah, once Han comes in the Ben thing and the thing with Luke and Leia training, it was like this is kind of the what I wanted from this, like expanding on it. Like if you're gonna bring the old cast back, because they have the technology and they do have Mark Hamill and they can do this stuff with de-aging and all that. And the thing with him training her, it's like
Yeah.
that stuff showed a different movie that was a better
They should just
movie.
bring back Alec Guinness. Fuck it. Like I want to see young Alec Guinness,
Yeah.
right? Like he's out of like Kind Hearts and Coronets or Lady Killers. I want to see like 50-year-old Alec Guinness show up with a lightsaber.
The Leia stuff was weird. All the stuff with Leia and
Samurai
Rey.
Champloo. Yeah.
Of course, we've seen
Awesome. Not as good as Bebop, but pretty fantastic. Crazy
It.
Chameleon.
The Leia stuff was weird to me. All of her dialogue felt like it was very odd. Like like all those scenes felt completely unnatural to me. Like it wasn't that I wasn't unhappy to see Carrie Fisher. It was just I know they used unused footage, and like
It's so obvious that it was planned out to be Leia is training her, not Luke. Surprise, motherfuckers.
the woman Kathleen
girl
Kennedy.
power. Hashtag girl
Kathleen
power.
Kennedy inserting herself as well, in particular. I've because it really there's a really way to read it in this trilogy is Kathleen Kennedy killing off the male character heroes to perpetuate the female in the back herself as the hero and building up the new female character. And it does seem like that was clearly the plan with this trilogy was like Han gets his movie, gets killed, Luke gets his movie, then Leia is really the one who has the powers and takes Rey to the next level. And especially with Rian Johnson giving her like the greatest force power we had seen so far up until that point in Last Jedi,
Which is surviving the amount of coke she had done.
Well, even that, once again, it's execution, right? Like, Leia surviving in space with, like, this energy. There's a scene in Akira that is very famous that I talk about a lot, where Tetsuo goes into space and puts this, like, force field around himself to go destroy this, like, satellite laser cannon that they shoot down to blow off his arm. And, you know, if you think about it, there's an alternate thing where, like, Kylo and Rey fighting on the outside of a ship and protecting themselves. Like, there is a cool way to do this stuff, and there's no sound in space. You know, there is ways to execute these sort of. That's a big thing with Last Jedi. It's execution. Like, that Leia scene's just done really poorly, and it makes it silly with her eyes closed. Now she opens and she sticks her hand out, and that nobody acknowledges what just happened. It's never talked about for the rest of the movie.
Oh my God! Don't even bring up Rian Johnson's Akira, or
No.
and also
No.
It's about immigrant.
the Sith troopers are nothing special. They're just a little bit stronger
Hey, dude,
and red.
What did you think, Knights of Ren? That was weird, huh? How they come back in this and they don't do anything.
Yeah, the Knights of Ren. I'm not even sure if we saw them.
Yeah.
Those might have just been people dressed up in cosplay. So
It did feel
yeah.
like you read it. It did
But
feel like
no, I know the
Comic
shot you're
Con.
talking about in Akira. It's beautiful because Akira, it has this kind of, and the noise goes out.
Yeah,
And it's not that he's just destroying this big satellite. He's controlling it and blasting solar energy back down indiscriminately. And to him, it's complete silence. And when he comes down, he, from that satellite, builds himself a new arm. And it's absolutely gorgeous.
yeah, I think you could have done stuff. I mean, I'm not saying that, like, visceral with that's a lot of body horror stuff and obviously more Von stars. But, you know, if you want to expand the Force and do new things, there are things like that you could, like, hey, they can breathe in space, they could survive in space. It's like, you could actually do that where that's cool. You know, that doesn't have to be lame. Like, the new Force powers could be cool. I don't really like that they can heal people power. That's, like, I just don't like it. I don't like how it looks visually.
I don't care. I wish the lightning looked good. The lightning looks worse than it did in 83.
I know. I don't know how the fuck.
The lightning looks like garbage. I wasn't even sure it was lightning when you first see it.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, it does look bad. Because for the most part, a lot of the CGI or background effects look, adequate.
Knights of Ren and Stimpy. That's fucking good. If I could, like, give you money through the chat,
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, I wish I was that clever. Gee,
Yeah, the
Ren,
lightning
you
looks like
idiot.
garbage.
Yeah, and yeah, because for the most part, you know, I think the special effects looked fine. You know, the planets looked, you know, I didn't really hate the cinematography. I mean, I hated parts of the cinematography, but other parts looked fine. It wasn't like a horrible looking movie. It's just the way it was edited. You really didn't get to appreciate any of the visuals. There really wasn't a visual splendor to this movie.
There was absolutely none, and I'm not saying The Last Jedi had any, but Last Jedi did have that one shot no one ever shuts up about, where you get that black and white Star Destroyer destruction, which is just Rian Johnson riffing off of anime, which he's done since his first movie, and none of it has been as interesting as it was in Brick, because seeing someone do a crazy shot out of anime on low budget is actually pretty interesting when they pull it off. On high budget, especially super high like Last Jedi, it really does not come off as anything that impressive. It's just computer generated wow
Well, that's
factor.
always my argument. People bring out The Last Jedi like it's a good looking movie. It's like, well, $250 million movies should look good. If you make a $250 million film with that kind of money and that kind of special effects team, like, if your movie doesn't look good, it doesn't make sense. Like, most movies that cost that money, even if I don't like them, they typically look good. Because, duh.
Yeah, this does not look good. It doesn't look as bad as Solo.
No, solo cinematography is just like...
One thing of visual splendor is this, though.
I like the idea of Christopher McQuarrie working on
Rey
Star
looks
Wars.
a lot better in this movie than she did in the past few.
I agree.
There is one kind of like fan service, gratuitous ass shot, and you can like really see the curvature of her ass and a bit of that crack. And I'm like, my boy JJ.
She's definitely
Nice.
more attractive in this, I thought, in the makeup and everything too, and the even though Daisy Ridley has those giant teeth, but they I don't know, she just felt more restrained here than she did in the other two. I don't know if she's just become better or she was more comfortable.
I didn't think she was any different than she normally is, except for being a little bit more attractive. It looked like she had been on one of those workout programs that girls go on to get like...
Yeah, like she put some muscle
white girls go on to get like a black girl ass.
Because I remember how skinny she was in Force Awakens, and it was like, and she has no tits or anything. And then this movie, it was like she had this more athletic...
Yeah.
Built it.
If she got her tits out in this movie for like Palpatine, I'd be very interested. That would be some visual splendor.
It'll take your tits to destroy me.
Darth Sestuous. Oh yeah. Okay. So chat. Christopher McQuarrie directing episode 9 or 8. Yeah. I'm into that.
That's a badass idea. And Henry Cavill's in it
Crazy
with the
Chameleon,
mustache.
whoever you are, that's a good one.
He worked on Rogue One screenplay, but I think they didn't keep any of that stuff.
Yeah, it was too good. They had to destroy everything McQuarrie did.
Yeah, at this point, that guy's just like an ace in the like Jack Reacher and then the Mission Impossible movies. It's like at this point, it's like, all right, just let this dude do his thing.
Someone asked about Saint Seiya. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't think it has much to do with what we're talking about. But yeah, pretty good. And
you say that I agree that Daisy Ridley looked more attractive. I thought Adam Driver looked way uglier than he ever has.
Oh yeah, he looked ugly.
He looked real.
Yeah.
Because I remember women saying he was sexy in Force Awakens, like when he had like the goth hair, and when he had thing, and he was kind of like this angelic figure. That was part of like the juxtaposition, it's the evil Darth Vader guy. Then he takes the helmet off, and he's like this youthful, pretty, that. But yeah, in this movie, his like nose looked like it grew like 3 sizes that day, like the Grinch of noses. And it's like
it looks like bad makeup is on him for about half the movie.
His skin looked horrible. I don't know if it's because they wanted him to make more villainous and trollish, but he did not look attractive in this movie. And I don't think Adam Driver is an ugly guy. But
I noticed this: the parts where he was actually really good in the movie, he actually looked good too. So I would guess those are the original scenes they shot, and the reshoots, they just didn't have time to master them to the point where they looked really good to like color correct his face.
Well, that's the question. What do you think were the reshoots? Because this had extensive reshoots, and they were doing reshoots up until very recently.
Yeah,
which is why
I want to answer a couple of these chat questions.
Which is why I think this feels like Justice League and has a lot of the same fun qualities of Justice League. Is that reshoot factor.
Chat questions. Wolf Brigade. Yeah, come on, fantastic.
Jinro, great.
And what else? I saw another one that was pretty interesting. It was Cowboy. I found Cowboy Bebop to be underwhelming, good but not great. Apart from the title sequence, which is truly great. People say that. I think it's the fact that it's episodic that people nowadays look at it and find it underwhelming because it is very hyped. Personally, seeing it when I was younger, I love it. And I see someone up here compared Cowboy Bebop to the new show, The Mandalorian or Mandalorian.
Yeah, Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian wishes it was like Bebop. Cowboy Bebop, just the opening action scene in in the Cowboy Bebop movie,
Yeah.
that's what the Mandalorian aspires to be.
I miss Natalie Portman. Natalie Portman did nothing wrong. Well,
Did Natalie Portman do anything at all?
she did do something wrong. She didn't get naked in those movies, so I disagree with you.
Yeah. Um, Natalie Portman's a really good actress. I'd like to see her in more stuff.
You know what's weird? It's weird to like not hate Hayden Christensen anymore. It's like how people have, like they don't hate him anymore. I remember everyone, girls always liked him when I was a teenager. I'd always talk about Star Wars, and girls would always be like, "I love Anakin" because they wanted to fuck him. But it's weird how the fans now. It's like he's at the Star Wars thing, and he's even he's in this movie, and it wasn't cringe that Hayden Christensen was in this movie for a second. His voice, at least, like it
Yeah.
it's weird how this is like it's kind of become this more positive thing with his involvement with Star Wars. I never thought that would happen. It's like I'm in an alternate universe now or something.
People will always hate those young actors who are loved by young women. You know, look at the guy from Twilight. Not that he's good in those
Robert
movies,
Pattinson,
but now he's a force of nature. He's killing
He
it.
makes one movie, changes everything, and then every movie. Now he's in The Lighthouse. Now he's going to be in the next Christopher Nolan movie, Tenet. It looks great. No, it's like now he's one of my.
What is his name? Could you remind me? It's Patterson.
Robert Pattinson.
Pattinson.
And then of course, and he's going to be Batman now, and it's like everybody's all cool with it now. And a few years ago, that would have been like a disaster to say he's going to be Batman, and now everyone's like, all right, cool, let's see what happens, because you see now that he has the chops. He is the guy. You're like, holy, because
I think it's obvious Pattinson has had the chops for a long time.
I agree. I just think, I think people are catching on to. I think it was a late catch up. I agree with you, because you see Good Time and you're just like, oh shit. But I liked.
Is Good Time what broke him? I feel like, I remember seeing him in those David Cronenberg movies, and he was fantastic as this dry, personality-less
I don't think those got as much like attention as Good Time.
sociopath.
I feel like Good Time became like a big like indie cult movie film. I mean, like Cosmopolis and all that. I don't know if those were his. I mean, I could be wrong, but it seems like nobody talks about those anymore.
I think he was in that new. Yeah, he was in that new Netflix movie, The King.
Yeah, but did you see the trailer for Tenet yet? By the way, did you see it before Star Wars, the new Nolan movie, like Inception 2?
No, I didn't. What is this?
Okay, I will tell you. It's the trailer is pretty much like the first trailer to Inception. We don't know what the fuck's going on, but it's Denzel Washington's son, the guy that was in Black Klansman.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
overrated movie, by the way.
So at the beginning, the beginning of the movie, although Adam Driver's pretty good in the movie, but the beginning of the movie, the beginning of the trailer at least, he's like jumping, he's like climbing up a building, but the shot looks like it's been reversed or something, and then he starts getting guys telling him like, hey, all of us think that we would run into the building on fire if we could, but we don't know until we feel the heat, but you do. And he said you didn't sell out your colleagues when you were threatened. And then they show him like get this capsule and these guys kill him, and then he wakes up in a hospital and a guy says welcome to the afterlife. And he says I have one word to tell you, and he goes it's Tenet. And he said it's going to open doors, good ones and bad ones. And then it shows him meeting like Kenneth Branagh and Michael Caine, and him and Robert Pattinson are like wearing suits, and they're in.
Kenneth Branagh and who?
And Michael Caine.
Michael Caine.
My cocaine, and
he's making my cocaine.
It's not your cocaine; it's my cocaine, and it's like it's very Inception. Like they're in a world of espionage and all that. And then he's like, they show him go around, and then him and Pattinson are. There's a scene where they're having a car chase, and this car crashes. But then this woman tells him, she goes, you don't need to. You need to think about the world differently. You don't need to think about it. You need to feel it. And then the car reverses, and the crash goes back to normal. And then the last scene of the trailer, they're in a room where there's bullet holes in a wall, and Robert Pattinson goes, "What happened here?" And Denzel Washington's son says it hasn't happened yet, and then you see a guy come in reverse with a gun. So it looks like it's Memento and Inception put together. Like his character is moving backwards or forwards, and he can manipulate time, or he's experiencing things backwards in time while everyone else around him is experiencing things in linear time. But the movie's presented from his point of view. So it's like everything's my theory is that he's a character who's having to figure out what's going on, but in reverse, while everyone else is forward. But I don't really know. It looks like Memento though, but with special effects and big budget stuff. But it's this. There's scenes where things go backwards and forwards, or things have already happened or will happen, but they go back and forth. But it's apparently a $250 million movie. It's like one of Nolan's biggest movies, and a lot of people thought it was like an Inception sequel. I don't know if it takes, but it looks pretty much just like Inception. It looks exactly like Inception, actually. But
Is that even a big budget for Nolan? I mean, honestly, like,
well, for an original movie,
isn't Inception like?
Inception cost like $150 million. It wasn't that big of a budget.
I thought it cost way more than that.
No, Inception was like $150 million. His biggest budget movie was Dark Knight Rises. Everything else he's made has been.
Oh yeah, those were huge.
But everything else he's made, I don't think like Interstellar was 160. Dunkirk was $100 million. He doesn't actually make that big of budget movies, as people I think maybe think he does. But you should watch the trailer. There's apparently a 6-minute IMAX prologue to the movie, like the Dark Knight movies, that's in front of Rise of the Skywalker in IMAX. And it's like a 6-minute sequence from the movie, but it's a really cool trailer. The sequence with them driving down the road in the car. Because my theory on it, I could be wrong, it seems like they're in a car chase, but the car chase is happening in reverse is the only way I can explain it. Like, it's happening in reverse, but they're experiencing it like it's happening straightforward, but it's actually happening in reverse. It's weird, but I don't really know what the gimmick is yet. I don't know if it's the main characters just experiencing things this way, or it's like the world's this way, or it's some kind of drug or something that does it this way. It's clearly some science fiction thing, like, and they're saying that it's like World War III. They have to stop World War III. And it has something to do with Tenet, which is a palindrome. So that's also a clue to the movie, because Nolan likes to do that with his title.
Tenet is, correct me if I'm wrong, that's not a palindrome.
I think it's the same backwards, forward and back.
Or are we thinking of a different word? I'm thinking of tenant as in the tenant of an apartment. Isn't that not a palindrome?
No, Tenet, like Tenet.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know anything about this movie.
It's not a word you hear very much. No, not like an apartment. Not like The Tenant with Joe Pesci.
No, okay. I thought it was Tenant. The movie The Tenant is fantastic,
yes, it is.
Based on an amazing novel. Roman Polanski made a movie called The Tenet. And he stars in it too, and he's actually a very good actor. I recommend that. But I don't know anything about this new movie. And someone asked, should Nolan save the DCEU? I'm going to assume the DCEU is some sort of European union like NATO. So, no, I don't think so. He's a filmmaker. That's not his responsibility to save the, the EU, the NATO, the DCEU. He's a filmmaker. He doesn't have to save any kind of coalition of countries.
All I hear is David Tennant. That's what somebody said.
David Tennant, is he in the movie?
Doctor Who. Yeah, it's just about him. He's just playing Hamlet again.
He played Hamlet?
Yes, there was like a masterpiece production where he played Hamlet. It's very good.
Okay, so people are informing me that it is in fact a palindrome. It is a different word.
Yeah, it's a different word.
Okay.
You know,
All
it's
right.
funny. I remember never hearing people use the word Inception. I mean, I used to say it, like the inception of something, but then after Inception came up, everyone uses it. I hear it all the time. People use it incorrectly. Like they'll talk about something being in layers of something, not like the start of something, and be like Inception. It's like still this weird catchphrase thing, or they'll add a word to something septioned.
Okay, it's not David Tennant. It is tenet, like a tenet of Catholicism.
Yes.
Okay, so
That's what it's like. Yes, 100%.
again, well, I now have an opinion. Christopher Nolan loves his one-word titles.
It's true. It must have been very tough for him to make the Batman movies.
Following Inception, if it was up to him, the Batman movies would be titled Begins,
Yes.
Night, and Rises.
Yeah, totally. I was thinking the same thing, Rises. Hey, don't say Juju Abrams, okay? Blood Money is a Jew, and that's very offensive.
It's not offensive to me.
All right, listen, shut up, Jew. Anyway, I don't appreciate you guys saying that.
Yeah, me and J.J. Abrams are both Jewish,
Oh, yeah.
and that means yes, we do know each other.
Yeah.
And yes, tomorrow we're going to get together and celebrate Hanukkah, first night.
JJ, baby,
And-
your movie.
And yes, this means that Christopher Nolan is not Jewish, so he will not be hanging out at our sick ass cocaine Hanukkah party.
Oh, I didn't think about that. The Prestige is the Prestige, not Prestige. You think he would have just called it Prestige?
Yeah, maybe the student. Well, it is based on a wonderful piece of science fiction literature.
Yeah, you think it would have been called Prestige? I'm wondering. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
It is based on a book.
Yeah. No.
Anyway, let's talk about the prestige of Rise of Skywalker. Do you think this is going to get any attention critically in a positive way? I could see it.
I don't think for mainstream, and I don't think on YouTube. I think people that even like Last Jedi, I think people are going to use this as like a way to make negative reviews to make money. Like I think I'm going to be one of the more positive channels about this movie. I think everyone's going to shit on it and put a lot on JJ, a lot on Disney. This is going to be like a fuck Disney thing. And not even unjustifiably so. I mean, they produce these movies and it's a mess. So you can't even like the idea to make a Star Wars film every year immediately after buying it was a bad idea.
Oh yeah, it's justified. But the mainstream press, I see on Rotten Tomatoes that more than half the people who have seen it gave it a positive review. To me, that is baffling. I don't see how anyone could see this and give it a positive review.
Well, if you actually look at a lot of the reviews, they're like 3 out of 5 star type reviews, and that's that I could.
That I don't get how you could give this a 3 out of 5 stars.
Hardcore Star Wars fan, or maybe you don't want the backlash to give a negative review. I don't know. I don't really know. I think I'm shocked it doesn't have worse reviews. I'm shocked it doesn't have like 30% on Rotten Tomatoes, because it's really that like kind of movie. It's really that badly put together and stuff. It's like Justice League or something. Like it's that bad. It's like that, like
The Illusionist and The Prestige. Which one is better? Geez, I like them both. Prestige is better in a way. As far as the cinematography goes, The Prestige is better, but the writing and the acting in The Illusionist surpasses it. That's a tough one. But
I don't know if I agree that the acting's better in the. I think Edward Norton's really good in The Illusionist, but I think The Prestige. I mean, I don't like Scarlett Johansson in The Prestige, but I think Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale are both like great in that movie.
oh, and Michael Caine.
Yeah, in particular, I think Christian Bale, like that's actually one of his more fun, really likable performances. Like he's really good in that. But they're actually just both really good movies. It's kind of like a tough thing. Like they're just both quality movies that happen to have come out in the same year.
And they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
Which is better? I'd have to think about it. I haven't seen The Illusionist in so long.
David Bowie shows up as Tesla for a while. That's fun.
Yeah, David Bowie is Nikola Tesla. Personally, I like David Bowie in Last Temptation of Christ, where he plays Pontius Pilate.
The man who fell to Earth.
I'm gonna say, yeah, The Prestige is probably better, but I really like The Illusionist too, and I think Edward Norton's performance is better than any performance from The Prestige.
I feel that way about Edward Norton a lot of the time, though. Edward Norton's just kind of great.
Yeah.
When Edward Norton's on point, it's just like, fuck.
Is The Rise of Skywalker the worst Star Wars movie?
No.
What is?
Attack of the Clones, in my opinion, is the Star Wars movie.
So if we had to rank them right now,
I'd much rather watch this movie again than watch Attack of the Clones right now.
All right. Well, let's do a ranking right now. What is the worst?
For me personally, it's Attack of the Clones is the worst Star Wars movie. This isn't like a fuck George Lucas thing. I think that's when he first moved over to shooting digitally. I think that's an ugly movie. I don't like it's that CGI looks like shit now. That movie's aged horribly. That movie's really fucking long. Just a lot of the stuff people complain about the prequels. I think a lot of that's people focusing on stuff that's in Attack of the Clones more so than it is necessarily the other two as much. I think
not Last Jedi.
I think Last Jedi is the most insulting, but it's just a better made movie. It's just a better visually.
Well, I guess it depends on how you're ranking them.
Well, it's more competent.
So in your personal system, this is just based on the quality of the film.
Yes, for me, if you
as far as the craft goes.
I mean, you're wrong. Yeah. I think Attack of the Clones is George Lucas's worst movies too. I mean, it's just it's. And it's and I give him credit because it was experimental. He was really trying to innovate things with technology. But man, I just think about the shit in that movie with. I mean, oh my! There's stuff in that movie that's so bad now that I mean I remember when I first rewatched it when I wasn't a kid anymore, and I rewatched it like as a like a 16, 17-year-old, and I was like, holy shit, you can't go back home.
Yeah.
It was like that where, I mean, don't get me wrong, Last Jedi I hate a lot more. I don't hate Attack of the Clones in the same way. But Mark Hamill in Last Jedi, and yeah, just the cinematography and all that is just better. And there is interesting concepts. It's just execution that I have mainly an issue with. And Last Jedi has warranted much more interesting discussions about the fan base and the current state of movies than Attack of the Clones has. As bad as Last Jedi is, I think it opened up the doors to some necessary conversations that we had to have about nostalgia and properties and criticism in general. And I think it's exposed a lot of people, and I think it's ultimately been a positive thing. People look at it as a negative a lot of the time, but Rian Johnson may have had a point about killing the past, like maybe killing this whole thing, and now that this movie came out and it's going to be done and we could move on, that's probably for the best. I think it's for the best to move on from this whole Skywalker saga and leave it behind. And do something else. I didn't really even want the new trilogy. Now, I think I thought I wanted it until I got it. I was too concerned whether or not if they could. I didn't stop to think if they should. And I don't.
That's good. Where'd you get that?
And I don't think they should have. Now that I think about it, and I think, I mean, I think Last Jedi probably has like one of the worst screenplays of the whole series, though, for sure.
Last Jedi. Yeah.
The screenplay is fucking atrocious, and how it's constructed, but what it's saying in the screenplay too is also very fucking horrible.
Before they thought about what it meant, they marketed it. They put a label on it. They stood on the shoulder of giants. Actually, that works perfectly. They all stood on the shoulder of giants.
It's true.
Giants of special effects, wonderful editors, some directors who worked really hard, writers who worked really hard. They stood on the shoulders of giants, and they acted like they created it all. Abrams and Johnson.
Yeah, totally. They totally did. It's Yeah, I agree. I agree with you on that. I mean, I guess if God, this is crazy. Like the ranking from worst to best of Star Wars. Now, I guess the saga's over. I'm gonna stick with saga. This does not include Rogue One or Solo or any of that. These are These are the,
Why not? Why not include them?
because I think if you're gonna do this like because this is the Skywalker saga. I'm gonna look at it that
Okay,
way.
Skywalker Saga.
It's the
Let's
nine
do it.
movies, 3 trilogies. I'm gonna go Attack of the Clones, then Last Jedi is right there as the next worst movie.
I have to go. Last Jedi is the
Yeah,
worst.
I totally get that. And then I'm going right after that. I'm gonna go. Uh, I hate to say Force Awakens is better than Revenge of the Sith, but I think it is. I'm gonna go Revenge of the Sith, then Force Awakens, then the next one up on that would be this movie, and then Phantom Menace, then Return of the Jedi, New Hope, and Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, my favorites are number 1, Empire is the best. Then Star Wars, A New Hope. Then Return of the Jedi. Those are clearly the top 3 in that order. Number 4, Phantom Menace. Also,
Yeah, totally.
it's the best of the prequels. Although it has some of the worst shit in it, it has a lot of original ideas. A lot of them are garbage, but it's actually a fun watch, and a lot of the effects are practical and they're amazing. And it also has a bunch of really, I guess people might call them racially inappropriate accents, but to me, it's George Lucas at the height of his comedy.
I'll say this too: Duel of the Fates was the last time Star Wars ever really truly felt epic to me. Like that sequence,
Yeah.
the music, and all that felt like Star Wars, and that felt like George Lucas being like a big director, And I haven't really felt that since that movie and that sequence, or even really with John Williams doing a Star Wars score. And I've liked John Williams' score since that, but really like just the epicness of Star Wars. Seeing Darth Maul, those doors open and he's standing there and he pulls out that double-edged lightsaber. That's always badass.
Ewan McGregor getting himself hyped up behind that red laser
that's the coolest
door thing.
fucking moment in that whole goddamn it feels so human.
He looks like he might as well be the character from Trainspotting.
Yeah, totally. I like to think of him doing a
Choose
voiceover.
life.
Yeah.
Don't choose the dark side. Choose getting up every morning and drinking your blue milk.
Yeah.
Heroin.
But the weird thing is that for me personally, this would be like number 5. I would put this movie like number 5.
Wow. To me,
Because
I've got to say, Phantom Menace is better than it.
No. This is. I said that because the 4 are the original trilogy, and Phantom Menace is my 4 too. This would be my number 5.
I am not a fan of the prequels, but I think Revenge of the Sith is so bad it's funny to me and enjoyable in that sense. You have Hayden Christensen.
Did you see that one chat comment, Renton the Jedi?
What's that?
Somebody wrote, yeah, Renton the Jedi.
Renton the Jedi. Yeah, it feels like that. You have a lot of fun, weird shit in any of the prequels.
Most of the memes come from Revenge of the Sith. I mean, and the Anakin, you were my brother. I mean, the memes alone are legendary.
That's why I have to put it above all of them. I got to go Revenge of the Sith, and then Force Awakens.
Yeah, Force Awakens is a better movie than this movie and Last Jedi.
And I didn't like Force Awakens, and then I would go.
No, I agree. I didn't really like it, but it.
Then I would go. I'm not joking. I would go Attack of the Clones.
Ooh, that's a rough one.
I think Attack of the Clones, which has the notorious sand line, it's got that crazy opening. It's got Jango Fett. It's
a romance that's at the level of Twilight in terms of writing and execution.
Oh, I mean.
One of the worst romances.
Okay, to be fair to Twilight, I really am not qualified to say if it's worse or better than Twilight. But the movie is funny. It's shitty. Attack of the Clones is called Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
It has Ewan McGregor fighting Jango Fett, and with his weird little beard.
Oh, wouldn't it be cool if he was Django? Like it was a Django movie.
Yeah,
Like
Jango Fett,
yeah, like
Jango Fett Unchained.
Django Fett Unchained. Yeah.
And I'm going Attack of the Clones, and then the worst two to me are this new one, and then Last Jedi. Last Jedi is the worst solely on the basis of its screenplay.
Yeah, the screenplay's the worst by far.
And
see, I'm not even sure this movie had a screenplay, and it still has a better screenplay than Last Jedi.
Yeah, so Jedi, I mean, Last Jedi, its screenplay, its preachiness.
I feel like Abrams was making this movie as he was shooting it, like he was coming up with the shit while they were making it. It feels that way. Like they had no fucking idea what they were doing.
This does not include any of the backlash or any of that. As soon as I saw Last Jedi, I had these feelings just from watching it.
Mm-hmm.
It, more than the prequels, really felt like a real nasty spit in the face.
I agree. No, I agree with you. Because at least with the prequels...
And that's why it's the worst
At least with the prequels, you got to be like, well, hey, George Lucas made him even if you didn't like him, but he, it's his baby. Where Rian Johnson took the baby and then drowned it in water. And
it feels mean.
It does. Like, it's mean-spirited. It's bad for culture in that way. And it created a mean counterculture and arguments and division, and it's designed to be that way by Rian Johnson. It did exactly what he wanted it to do, and I don't like that, and him being that way and making a movie like that. To make a movie that's saying, no, you have to argue about this. Even I think deeply, like trying to criticize things about the original trilogy and not having a reverence for it, and it's like, who the fuck are you to make this statement? Like, who the hell do you think you are? Like, you made Brick, dude. Like, that's not enough. Like, if
I don't care if he made an amazing film.
Yeah.
If you make a mediocre film that has very shallow things to say, it doesn't matter if you're Tarkovsky or Bergman. The movie you're making that's shallow isn't good. It should just stand on its own.
No, for sure. I mean, I had such a... Yeah, I Last Jedi was one of the most negative experiences I've ever had in the theater. Easily.
And a lot of people feel that way.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people who will not go see this new Star Wars movie because of The Last Jedi. Because they feel,
I think it
hurt by it.
directly
Luke
hurt
Skywalker is killed.
I think it directly hurt the decent movie that was Solo. I think Solo wasn't always a great idea from a marketing standpoint, but I still think Solo was negatively impacted by that movie, and the surprise with Solo really wasn't a bad movie. And I think people acted more negative towards Solo because of The Last Jedi, including a lot of YouTubers. Just
100%.
shit on it because they were following the trend. And it's like, if Solo had come out and Last Jedi didn't exist to Force Awakens, I think a lot more people would have just enjoyed that movie for what it was. But
Solo is the best of these new Star Wars movies that Disney has made.
People made their minds up. I mean, I'll say this, the best Chewbacca stuff for me is in Solo. We talked about this, that it's got like some of the best Chewbacca shit ever in that movie. The guy who plays Han's actually pretty charismatic and likable as the movie goes on. The whole third act, I'm the bad guy and everybody fucking each other over. There's a con going on. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, the Maltese Falcon ending.
Yes.
It was cool. I mean, it's not the Maltese Falcon,
but it's cool.
But even an homage to the Maltese Falcon is more interesting than the bland, sexless nothingness that you get with Rogue One, Force Awakens.
Solo wasn't a sexless movie, too. It had, and also there's something about, the guy loses his girl and he's trying to get back to her. I like that about the movie. And it doesn't feel as cringy as I thought it would, and then he goes to find her again and she's with this bad guy and he doesn't know what to do. And then she's the femme fatale. She fucks him over. At the end, and he becomes a little bit more of a cold-hearted bastard because he gets screwed. Plus the clever thing with the writing, with the card game with Lando and how that plays off at the end of the movie is very well done. And it's Lawrence Kasdan's script for that's a lot better than the one he wrote for Force Awakens.
Oh yeah, I mean, I doubt he wrote a lot of Force Awakens.
No, the movie looks like they rubbed it.
I mean, I'm not saying Solo is some sort of masterpiece.
No, not at all.
But it's just so much better than the shit we've been force fed.
It's an adequate movie.
It's a movie with some fun stuff in it.
Yeah, you could sit down and watch it, and it's a movie. There's nothing like you're not pissed off. It's not amazing. But it's a movie. It's a movie I would watch again more so than these other ones.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, oh shit. This is a good question from the chat. What if they got it's Bong Joon-ho, not Bong Joon-ho. Joon-ho to direct a Star Wars movie. And I really like that idea.
I like I like the Asian director doing a Star Wars movie in general a lot. I think that makes sense.
We've talked about this a lot, the South Korean filmmakers. In my opinion, what South Korea has gone through in the past 20 years is like America from 1967 to 1982, or France during the French New Wave, Italy during Italian neorealism, Japan in the 1950s. It's been South Korea's renaissance with a lot of amazing filmmakers. And I don't think it's just Bong Joon-ho. I think there are people even more talented, and I think there are people who would suit Star Wars better. But Bong Joon-ho is clearly the guy who broke out. And he can work with special effects. You see this in Snowpiercer and The Host, and those aren't big budget movies. And I also think the way he could do these wide shots, his photography and the lenses he uses, and you see this in Parasite, I think it would suit Star Wars. I think it would make it feel huge. Parasite is the first movie I've seen in so long that is great, and that people like kind of the average people have seen and think it's great.
It's the first movie I've liked like that in a couple years. I don't think I've enjoyed like maybe since like the year 3 Billboards and Good Time came out, which was a couple years ago, since I've been like, oh yeah, I'm with people on this. I'm not the contrarian right now. I'm like, in the theater, everybody was enjoying it. It's a mainstream, like I said it in my review, that could have been an American movie and that movie would have made $100 million. It would have been like Get Out, but it's better than Get Out. Like that's a blockbuster.
I mean, I think to compare it to Get Out is frankly an insult to it. It is so much better than Get Out that I don't think there should be a comparison to it.
Well, yeah, but I think the way that the Get Out was successful, and it's about, there's a subtext politically in there while being this mainstream film that changes genres. I think it would have been a hit, like, because Get Out made like $250 million. And don't get me wrong, Parasite made $100 million worldwide, and it actually did well in the States. It made $20 million. But I wouldn't be shocked if you see an American remake of Parasite in the next few years, just like they're doing the Your Name movie. I wouldn't be shocked if somebody tries to remake Parasite. Although people thought that about Oldboy for years, and that didn't work out, that you could make Oldboy into.
Well, it did get remade.
Yeah, people
I think Parasite is going to have an American remake, and if they're smart,
I do think they're going to do one. And I also think it doesn't feel as South Korean as a lot of South Korean films do. I think it's a very universal movie that translates to the United States and other parts of the world.
Well, Bong Joon-ho has been working in America for a while.
Yeah.
I think if they're smart, they should do a remake, in the English language remake of Parasite. If they're going to do it, they should do it with British actors or Scottish actors, and set it in the UK or set it in South Africa, somewhere away from the US. The US politically is just too talked about. It's run dry.
Yeah.
I say set it in Wales, set it in Scotland, Ireland.
Well, I would also worry that an American filmmaker would strip some of the nuance and make it just this fuck the rich story. Which I don't think Bong Joon-ho does, even though a lot of critics have said as much, but the movie does not saying that because the poor family are clearly more of the pieces of shit in the story.
Yeah, although let's not give any spoilers away. The movie is too good. I don't want to spoil it for anyone who might see it.
But
Parasite is fantastic.
Oh, movie of the year so far. I mean, unless Uncut Gems is like just so fucking amazing, it blows my mind. But I'd be shocked if it's better than Parasite. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be like my second favorite movie of the year, but because it's coming out here in a few days, and I'm very excited about that. Because I love those Safdie boys. But Parasite was not only just for that, you know, I mean, I liked his last couple movies, but just for him to kind of return to form in a sense for me. You know, because Memories of Murder is one of my favorite movies of all time.
It is one of my favorite movies of all time as well.
For him to make another, like, truly great film again, and it's such a mainstream film that has that.
Well, I don't know. I kind of disagree with you on that. I think he's been making truly great films his entire career.
Now, you told me you saw Snowpiercer, and you didn't warm up to it much the first time. And his film he made after that Okja or whatever on Netflix, I don't think that's a great movie.
No, I'm saying all of his South Korean films, and I'm serious about this, are great.
Oh, yeah, The Host, yeah, for sure.
And this is, you know, to the chat, they are great films. I love Memories of Murder. In my opinion, it's the best film of the past 20 years. And everyone should go and watch it if they're into murder mysteries or if they're into the craft of filmmaking. But I get it if people aren't into films in another language. If that's not your thing, I dig it. I
went to work.
Lesser of you.
The week after I saw Parasite, and I told everyone about it, and they were all so into what I was telling them about it. And then whenever I told any of them that it was a Korean film subtitle, they were like, "Oh, I gotta read subtitles." Like I would tell them like what the movie's about without spoiling too much. I'd be like, "Yeah, this family like gets into this rich people's house and stuff," and they're like, "Dude, that sounds awesome." And I just know some studio's gonna be like, "Shit, we have a hit movie here. If we remake this, like, because that's the only thing that's keeping."
You know, they should just do a killer dub.
If you're asking me remake, I mean, I'm worried who they would hire. I think they would go with the Jordan Peele type, which I wouldn't like, but I think they would go with somebody like that. They would go with a director who's. But for me personally, I think someone like a Hiro Murai, or like a. I mean, ideally, you.
Why not just get Bong Joon-ho to do it again?
Yeah, of course. Ideally, you'd want someone like a Fincher or something who's just great. You'd want like a great director to do it. But you know that doesn't always happen. I mean, ideally, you'd want somebody.
Yes, it's better than Zodiac, and I love Zodiac.
Oh yeah, it's better than Zodiac for sure. I mean, yeah, Zodiac is. I mean, I get the comparison bringing it up, but
yeah,
for sure. But yeah, Memories of Murder's like. It's got some of the best blocking mixed with camera choices I maybe have ever seen in a movie, and I don't say that lightly. But the way the characters move within the frame and how the frame is set up is truly masterful.
Oh yeah, no, I mean,
and Parasite's an achievement in set design and cinematography as well. I mean, that really, I mean, I love the screenplay, and the performances, but it really just, I hadn't seen a movie in a long time that really, the images and the environment, the set, like that house that the movie takes place in for most of it is such a cinematic, involving place to be in, and to laugh so much during a movie and yet be so tense during a movie. And then at the end of the movie, it's something South Korean filmmakers do that America's just lost, to end the movie on this poetry and this brilliant storytelling, going back again and then ending, like to start off on this like funny, and then to get to a point where you're scared, and then to end on something that turns into like a beautiful drama, in particular with the father character. That's It's just something you don't see in American movies enough. It's something that South Korea has in
Well,
spades.
I'm not going to despair. Whenever people talk about a great foreign movie, they always disparage American or just English language films. I'm not going to say that.
I think adult American
but
films that are the mainstream films have been lacking the last few years. I don't think television has been, but I think
they've been lacking. But it's because everything that comes out on the big screen is some sort of superhero film. And I'm not someone who hates superhero movies by any means, but that's just what comes out nowadays. You don't see romantic comedies really.
Like Gone Girl came out a few years ago, it was a big hit, and it's like, why can't we get more movies like this? Like, I want stuff like this too. Like it,
Yeah.
you know, I want to. This is a mainstream movie. It was a big hit. It was, you know, it was a blockbuster, and it's like you can make movies like this too. People will go see them. And Parasite's proving that too because it's doing well. It's like people want to.
It feels like a great novel. You know, it feels like
totally
like a really fantastic John Steinbeck novel.
And people will go to that. Parasite. It was just kind of. I mean, I did a whole review of it. But yeah, I'm in love with that movie, for sure.
It's fantastic. I don't want to spoil it, but I want to make the case to you that Bong Joon-ho's movies have been consistently great. And you know, you go to his first movie, Barking Dogs Don't Bite or Never Bite, I believe. And that, of course, you know, it's his first movie. It's more of a comedy, like a really dark comedy. It's not as great as What's to Come. It's a very good watchable movie. Have you ever seen it?
Yes, Crazy. I probably will be doing a separate American Best of the Decade and international, because one time me and Blood Money were discussing our favorite movies of the 80s, and we made these caveats that we couldn't include international films because then we'd have to pick 20 films out of like a lot, and it was very tough. And that's probably going to be an issue for the last decade, so I think I will do a decade Best American Films and Best International Films, and I might even do Best Animated Films separately too. I might do it all separately because I would find it very difficult to just do a 10 that includes everything.
And there have been some good animated films the past 20 years.
That's the thing, and it would take a lot of time for me to be like, all right, because do I just put one animated film in there? Do I put one foreign film in there? Do I put one film from this country? Do I put one documentary in there? That's the thing. It's a lot when you're talking about a whole decade. It's like
we're just talking about the 2010s.
I've been planning a Best of the Decade series, but it's like I don't know how I'm supposed to do that if I don't separate it into different. Because I feel like I just don't want to put the time into it like that. That would take so much time, and it would be difficult because really a lot of them would be foreign films. If I was just picking 10 films that I love, but I don't want to undersell American films with that though. Because then my list would have it. Because that was my, I would have a lot of foreign films on my list. So I don't want to be that way either.
Yeah, I get that.
Then it would just seem like I just love foreign movies and I didn't like any American movies. But there was movies like The Social Network and all that came out the last decade that were terrific.
Yeah, the problem is South Korea has been cranking out films that are just so damn good. I mean, last year Japan had an amazing movie called Shoplifters that was rightfully acclaimed. Anyway, Bong Joon-ho, I think every film he's made has been really good, at least, and all of his South Korean films, his films that are in Korean, not in English, have been real modern masterpieces. Other than Barking Dogs Never Bite, which is kind of his first film. But Memories of Murder, in my opinion, modern masterpiece. Everyone should go and watch that movie if they're into film as an art form. The Host, masterpiece.
Yeah.
It's
best big monster movie, like. Yeah.
If you're interested in film, I mean, check it out. He is not the end-all be-all of Korean directors, but he's a great way to start. A lot of people, including myself, started with him. And The Host is fantastic. It's something Spielberg would love to make. You know, J.J. Abrams wishes he could make The Host.
Yeah.
Super 8 is like a lot of it is a poor imitation of what The Host could be in an American remake. And then he made Mother, a very simple, utterly gorgeous film. That's really moving.
But the tough question, yeah, would be if I get to list what's my number one film of the last decade, and that's one that I'm not sure of because I don't even know. I had trouble with that the previous decade. I did do a top 100 films of the decade before years ago, like when the decade ended back in like 2009. I remember I wrote on some blog somewhere 100 best films of the decade list, which, you know, the 2000s actually had a lot of great films. Like it was, you know, there was a lot. So that was a very tough list to make, and I'm still not too happy with how my top 10 came out because it was like there was just because it was kind of like what you were into at the time and not so much something that you thought about later. That's the problem with the decade. You're going through the motion, you're going through time, you're going to like, well, how this movie impacted you when it came out, and then you're looking back on it and you're like, well, do I count this just as an overall thing? Because you know, you're not just saying favorite, are you saying the best? It's like, well, what does this movie represent for the decade as well? You know, not just did I love this movie more from an entertainment standpoint, but how important was it in that decade of film? And that's what makes it difficult. Although I will say this, for being late in the decade, Parasite's definitely a decade movie. That
to me, it's just how much I like it.
Like if you,
it doesn't matter if it defines.
No,
it.
I agree. But if you were gonna do like 100 best films of this last decade, if you wanted to throw Parasite in there, I think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, although 100 is such a large list.
Oh yeah.
All right, I want to see, you know, chat, show, list some that you think from 2010 to now are candidates for the best 25 movies of the past 10 years. I want to see what gets the most comments. I'm curious. What do you guys think? Foreign, English, animated, live action. I'm curious, frankly.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people on like movie websites and a lot of people are gonna say stuff like Inception. You know, you're gonna see that a lot from like mainstream.
Inception is representative, but I mean,
like there's gonna be movies like that. You're gonna see a lot. Like you're gonna see a lot of like Inception's gonna be high up on people's lists, and which I'm not begrudging anybody. I mean, I like Inception too. And it hasn't. It's not like Inception's died off culturally. Inception's one of the only big mainstream American original block, but that's actually like still referenced. Like people didn't move on from that movie. It's still talked about.
So, someone said nothing.
That's great.
Yeah, nothing has been.
Yeah,
unless there's a movie named Nothing.
I wish I could be as edgy as you. Nothing.
There's probably a movie named Nothing.
Well, yeah,
because
there's also like an emotional thing to it too. There's movies that I didn't rewatch again, but they were so like, you know, like 12 Years a Slave. I only really saw that once, but that was a really powerful movie, and his direction in that movie, you know, was just stunning. And Steve McQueen's a very talented filmmaker, and you know, there were certain films that, you know, when I saw them, I was like, wow, this is really powerful.
Yeah.
You know, and you don't always go back to those movies because they're too painful sometimes to go back to. But then there's other movies that, you know, I've watched a lot I rewatched a lot this last decade. Like the year after they came out, I've seen Social Network a lot. You know,
yeah.
So it's and that came out a while ago. You know, that movie came out almost 10 years ago. And I've watched it a lot, you know, so it's like, okay, well, I got to think about that too.
That would be up there for me.
I like these
I
choices of
think.
Ex Machina and Nightcrawler and Gone Girl. I think those are all really nice choices.
Well, let's go through these choices that people are pulling up. I'm seeing a lot of good
Ex
stuff.
Machina,
Personally,
Nightcrawler, Gone Girl, Fury Road, Social Network, Rango, Argo, Her, Good Time, 12 Years a Slave, Shame,
um,
Whiplash, John.
I really liked Shame
Yeah,
from the guy who directed 12 Years a
Steve
Slave.
McQueen. Yeah. I
Um,
also for animated films, Rango would definitely be high on my list.
so I think the first one here is Princess Kaguya, which is Tale of Princess Kaguya, a very, very underrated movie,
Sao Takahata.
especially considering it's Ghibli.
Yeah.
You liked that, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
I do. I pretty much like every Ghibli movie except like two. I think they're
Ghibli,
the only ones I don't.
except for what?
I don't like Tales from Earthsea that much, and I don't. I'm trying to think. There's another one that I don't like a lot. I think my neighbor Yama does. I'm not that big on.
Oh, really?
I mainly just
My
don't,
neighbor's
I really just don't like the animation.
Yamada's are really
I
good,
really
man. I
just
like
don't
that
like
one.
the animation of it. I like the script. I don't like how that film looks.
I like that animation style.
But those are about the ones I don't. Yeah, outside of that, I think all the other films are pretty fucking good to great. Like I think the track
yeah.
record of Ghibli's just pretty fucking phenomenal.
The next one is Shutter Island. That is not. I gotta say, that's not one I'd put up there for me.
Interesting though, interesting choice.
What about you?
I mean, I like Shutter Island, but it wouldn't be on my thing. I have a lot of problems with Shutter Island as well. Shutter Island's like a mixed bag movie where there's sequences in Shutter Island where it's like, holy shit. And then there's other parts where I think it's really stupid.
Yeah, I mean,
But there's
I enjoy the movie as a piece of
But
schlock.
there's sequences in it for sure that are like really ambitious. And visually very interesting. A lot of the dream sequences.
I mean, everything in it, I feel like I've seen before. I enjoyed the movie. I wouldn't give it a negative
it's
review.
an entertaining movie. It's entertaining, like, yeah, it's just entertaining. It's very watchable.
But top 25 of the decade, I personally don't see it. Although, I think it's an interesting choice. Shin Godzilla, I think that's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
I really liked that. Did you see that?
Yeah, of course. Saw it in the theater.
Yeah. Big screen, fantastic. Would that be something up there? Would that be in like the top 100 for you?
I would definitely be probably top 100. I don't know if I'd go 25.
Top 50?
It might be like 50. If it was. It would
Yeah.
be high. It would
I think it would
like be
top 100 for sure.
It would be like in the 40s or something if it was a top 50. Bringing up Denis Villeneuve, I would, because people I would name out there, the first half of Blade Runner 2049, but his films in particular, Sicario would be an interesting one to put on a.
Enemy would be probably in my top 50 with a bullet.
Yeah, Enemy would be a nice one to throw in there. That'd be a very nice choice.
Someone said Your Name. That would not be in my top 100. I didn't dislike the movie, but that's not top 100. I enjoyed it.
I definitely could see in importance how someone could put it in a thing. Like it's definitely one of the big movies of the decade. Your Name.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you calculate that stuff into your lists.
Yeah, I think about a lot of things when I do things.
A lot of people are negative about this decade, and I understand that. Jack Reacher, I like that choice.
Yeah, I think that's a sexy choice because I think Jack Reacher might be looked at as a classic down the road, like an action.
Jack Reacher is
classic.
A dad classic already.
Totally
confirmed dad classic for every boomer out there.
I definitely agree with whoever said Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler's definitely one of the best films of the decade.
Nightcrawler's top 25.
Yeah, Nightcrawler's definitely one of the best screenplays of the decade for sure, and easily one of the best performances of the last decade.
Ex Machina, probably top 100.
Yeah, totally.
For me.
Totally top 100. Definitely one of the best scripts of the last, like, top 100 scripts. I'd say Ex Machina. That's a good screenplay.
Gone Girl wouldn't be top 25, but probably in the top 100.
Yeah.
Really good movie.
Yeah, entertainment value, too. Yeah, no, Fincher would be in there with a couple movies. I wouldn't put Dragon Tattoo in there, but I would definitely put Social Network.
Oh, fuck no.
But Social Network and Gone Girl would definitely be in there.
Social Network might be, top 5 best English language films
true. It's like a
of the past 10
yeah,
years.
it's definitely like a top 10 of the decade in America. I agree. I totally is.
It's also really important. It's relevant.
It's still relevant.
It's never not been relevant.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a human story also. It's not just about the people in the biopic. Okay, Mad Max Fury Road. That was a good one. I liked it a lot, but home video did not do that justice. Same with District 9.
I'm trying to think here for a minute. If there's like one that's not coming to me that might be an out of the box choice that people don't say, and I'm like, you know what, that was fucking great. Oh, you know what, I have one that I don't think a lot of people say, but I would put this in my top 100. Hot Tub Time Machine. That was one of the best comedies of the last decade, and I've watched it.
I know you like that one a lot. I like it
and
too,
I've seen it a lot too, and especially not John Cusack, but I always forget his name, but the bald guy in that who plays Lou in that's one of the funniest characters and performances.
Oh, Rob Corddry.
Yeah, that's one of the funniest performances of the last 10 years by far. And the scenes with him are all great. And the tone of that movie's great too. And yeah, seeing that was the movie people said The Hangover was. Is Hot Tub Time Machine.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, it's a fantastic movie, but
yeah.
I really like The Wailing.
Yeah.
And The Witch or The Vitch. Those two would be up there for me. 2 horror movies. Argo, nah. That ain't it. That ain't it, Chief.
And I like Argo, by the way. I don't want people to think I dislike it. I think the last 30 minutes of Argo
No, I like it too.
Yeah, the last 30 minutes where they're trying to get on the plane is really good.
But that ain't it, Chief.
Yeah.
I see.
Rise of the Planet of the Apes would definitely be
Her, Good Time, 12 Years a Slave, Shame. All of those this guy listed are good.
Oh, hers definitely in my high up on my decade list.
He listed Shame. I mean, I think everything but Rango and Argo. Rango because I've never seen it, and Argo. It's just, I mean, that ain't it, Chief.
Yeah, hers terrific, and I've watched that. I watched that a lot the year it came out. I mean, fuck. I watched it like 12 times.
John Wick as a trilogy?
I think that's a really great choice, yeah. John Wick, the trilogy.
Birdman is interesting. I haven't seen that one since I saw it in theaters. Saw that twice.
That's very interesting.
I don't know how it would hold up. I enjoyed it a lot.
I definitely think parts of Birdman are like decade material. I don't think the movie as a whole is. I think there's stretches of the movie that are pretty great. You know, when it's really hitting as a comedy, and when they're actually just doing the play and the behind the scenes stuff, I kind of love all of that. But it's actually like the stuff that you think I would love, like the art house stuff, the up to interpretation stuff. I don't actually love that stuff as much as I like just the movie stuff of that movie.
I completely get that. I enjoy Edward Norton being funny.
Yeah, that's the stuff
in that movie a lot more than I do any of the kind of
the jellyfish,
pseudo,
and the meteor, and all that stuff. I much prefer just that.
You know what it feels like? It feels like it wants to be something like a Gabriel Garcia Marquez short story or like a Borges short story, something like magical realism.
Yeah.
And to me, it comes off more as just Hollywood satire, good Hollywood satire, but not as something metaphysical or of any spiritual importance.
Yeah, I prefer it as like a comedy of errors, a comedy of people
Yeah.
that they're behind the scenes trying to figure out how to be a family in a play that's about people kind of fighting and arguing with each other, and they're reflecting that to each other. That's what's very clever about that movie and screenplay. And I didn't know Inarritu would make a movie like that either. That's what was surprising about it.
Oh yeah, Inarritu made that. I forgot who made it,
Yeah, it was
honestly.
kind of it was.
I guess that makes sense why I was trying to do that magical
Oh
realism
yeah, for
thing.
sure.
But it's just a movie that spiritually, to me, it doesn't have much to offer. But the craftsmanship is amazing.
No, it is.
I'm not gonna lie about that.
It's hard to deny it.
But this person put Blame, Deadpool, Joker, Jack Reacher, and John Wick. That's an interesting lineup.
If you were doing top 100, I'm gonna ask you this because I think that there's an argument to be made for like Infinity War. If you were gonna like, let's say like 98 or something, like the Russos' Infinity War, just cause that they even pulled that movie off. Like, it's not a great.
So you're asking me, would that be in my top 100 English language
it's
films, or
it's not a great
films in general?
It's not a great piece of art, but it's definitely one of the blockbusters of our time.
So are we saying films in general, like worldwide?
Yeah, sure. Let's say worldwide. Like, let's say, would you put
No.
like 95 or something? Would it be at the tip?
Nope. Wouldn't be there.
Would it be?
And I really liked Endgame a lot.
No, not Endgame. I said
If we're saying
Infinity.
English language films, yes, it would be there.
Yeah, because I do think if I was gonna go with like a big blockbuster movie, that definitely was like very satisfying. Being in the theater seeing that, it was like, oh wow, this is like just really good and hype, and it's kind of like what you wanted Star Wars and other shit to be, and it was. And Thanos didn't suck. And that was, oh yeah, I guess, yeah, people are going to have Drive on their list. I forgot Drive was this decade.
Drive was this decade.
Yeah,
Holy
2011,
shit.
man.
I can't picture putting Joker on my list. Holy
I like
shit.
the idea of Mission Impossible Fallout on someone's list. That's badass. Ghost Protocol, man.
That's a weird one to go with.
Ghost Protocol, for me, is like the best parts of it's like what I love about Jackie Chan movies. Recently on Criterion, I got Super Cop 1 and 2, and I keep Tom Cruise in that because I've always said he's the American Jackie Chan. That Dubai sequence is definitely decade material and very Jackie Chan.
One for me is got to be Holy Motors. I mean, that's one of the best films of this decade by far. Have you seen? You've seen
Holy
that?
Motors, yeah.
What do you think of that? Are you on board?
I like it a lot. I know some people like that movie was just like a masterpiece, but
I'm one of them.
yeah, I know a lot of people. It's like that they stroke to that movie. Although it hasn't been.
Dude, I jerk off to that movie constantly.
I don't hear it talked about as much as when it came out. Although I guess it came out a while ago.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, someone put Hell or High Water. I respect that.
That is a respectable choice.
I'm into that choice. Personally, Wind River would probably be up there for me. What about you? Would Wind River be on that top 100?
I don't think so, but I like Wind River. I like Wind River a lot.
Would that be the highest any of those went for you? As far as that director?
I probably like Hell or High Water a little bit more than... But he just wrote Hell or High Water. He didn't direct it. He directed Wind River.
Yeah.
Taylor Sheridan.
Yeah.
But Hell or High Water I really like a lot. And the last scene of Hell or High Water is fucking fantastic. The very last scene
Really?
between Chris Pine and Jeff Bridges, like it's great when the best scene of a movie is the last scene of a movie. And when you have a last scene and it's just a Western at that point, that last scene is so fucking great. It's like, holy shit. Going out on that note is just...
Yeah, no, Hell or High Water, I think both of them probably have a place in, like, the top 100 English language
solid movies.
films. Logan Lucky, damn good choice. I think Soderbergh's just killed it this decade.
He definitely should be like looked at as a director of the last decade, just because he consistently made good work throughout the whole. I mean, Side Effects I think is terrific.
Oh yeah, Contagion.
Yeah,
Fucking fantastic.
yeah, he just made a bunch. He still makes good movies now. Every time he kind of comes out with a movie, it's good. So it's kind of like Soderbergh's just like one of our great consistent film. Like him and Fincher and like kind of another level for me, where it's like, well, yeah, of course it's good. They don't make bad movies.
People don't talk about Soderbergh like they do Fincher.
No, I think his stuff's more low profile though. You know, it's like he's not trying to be mainstream anymore. We're past the Ocean's 11, Aaron Brockovich, Traffic, Soderbergh. It's like.
But the stuff he's doing now is so much better than those. And those are, I think, all really good, except for, yeah, I think those are all really good.
Yeah, Magic Mike was a big hit. He did that, and I like Magic Mike.
Magic Mike is really good, too.
Yeah, it's like a Saturday Night Fever for this generation. The 2000s.
Yeah, except not as good.
Oh, no, that's like my third favorite movie of all times. Yeah, not for me.
Logan Lucky was fantastic, man. Yeah. Everything although I haven't seen Unsane, I heard it's not that great. But what can you do? What oh, dude, someone is just after my heart and said The Nice Guys.
Yeah, I saw that.
Great
and I was
choice.
like, he's gonna love that.
I love Shane Black. His work is amazing, in my opinion.
No, dude, you're right. Iron Man 3 and Predator are fucking great.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I knew you were going to say that. You're going to slap in the face with my own dick because it's that long, because I'm thinking about Shane Black.
I had to.
And you've got, yeah, I mean, you have to, because you're an anti-Semite, and you know that Hanukkah's coming.
Well, yeah. You're on YouTube, dude. Duh.
So yeah, Shane Black, writer of Lethal Weapon, Monster Squad, Last Boy Scout, Last Action Hero.
Somebody put Warhorse. You're fucking asshole. That would definitely not be decade material. That movie's shit.
I disagree. I don't think that movie's shit.
I do, and I definitely is not best decade material.
No, it's not. But
it's not even top 10 that year material.
I think it's a good movie.
We're going to sit down and watch Warhorse sometime, and I'm going to break down for you everything, and it's horrible.
I get that it's cheesy.
I'll
it's
show
Spielberg.
you the way.
People shit on it when it came out. I get all of that. I'm just saying, it's a good movie. I mean, I'm not in love with it. I wouldn't put it on my list. But, in my opinion, it has more positive qualities than a lot of acclaimed movies do.
Real Steel in there. That's great.
You know, that is a pretty fun choice.
No, that's hilarious.
But you know, dude, you know Shane Black is the shit. Don't pretend you don't.
I know you just talk about Nice Guys. I'm like, well, yeah, I like that too, but Shane Black's made some other movies recently, and they weren't so good.
Yeah, he did make The Predator.
Yes.
And probably ruined his career.
Yeah.
But he also wrote on the original Predator. So.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Okay, so a lot of people are saying Whiplash. That would not be.
Although,
on
you know,
mine.
I've always given more credit to John McTiernan for Predator than to Shane Black. Where like Lethal Weapon, you know, it's like, yeah, the script's amazing. Like, John McTiernan directs the fucking shit out of Predator. Like, if you have that same script and you have a schlocky or worse director making it, that script doesn't stand out. That could have been like, that could have been a B movie, but John McTiernan, like, just masterclass, you know, filmmaking in it the whole time. So it's like, I mean, that's true for a lot of movies. Like Alien could have been similar in that way, you know, if Ridley Scott didn't make it. But when I think Shane Black, it is like, yeah, Last Boy Scout, Lethal Weapon, Long Kiss Goodnight. You know, where you know, it's like, shit, these fucking lines are killer.
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Yeah, that's the shit. Yeah.
I really like Nice Guys. I think it's the best example we've had of Ryan Gosling's enormous comedic talent.
Yeah, which is completely underutilized in most movies. Like Ryan Gosling's
Yeah,
one
he
of our
could.
funniest actors, and nobody wants to.
I want everyone to think that he could be like our current Cary Grant, as far as in romantic comedies, in high comedy, in low comedy. He could be
I,
in enormous movies, and he's not.
I
He is used as nothing but a pretty face in stuff like Blade Runner.
I like the Hateful Eight choice somebody just threw out.
Fuck
That's
yeah.
a solid choice.
I mean, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood I mean, for something that just came out, has a good shot. Tarantino has really been killing it this decade.
Yeah, no, in particular. Yeah, no. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, in particular, I was like, this is great. This is like one of your best movies.
Yeah.
You know, which I did not think he was gonna do, but he did. Yeah, Cabin in the Woods. That's a fun choice.
Cabin in the Woods, fuck
Great
yeah.
theater movie.
I don't know if it would be on my top 100, but I mean, I like it a lot. When it first came out, I loved
Yeah,
it.
it's like
cool.
it's like if somebody said The Martian, I wouldn't hate that choice. I probably wouldn't pick it, but The Martian's a solid. You know.
Mm.
You know.
The 2016 Ghostbusters. I think that's going to be on everyone's list.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you can fit on a Spine Bridesmaids.
Yeah, I mean, if you can fit that much Melissa McCarthy onto anything,
I just want to buy a giant condom, put it over my whole body, dip myself in lube, and jump right in that woman.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need to get into an orifice. You could just slide around in any of those creases of fat she
Dredd
has.
is a badass choice.
Dredd is a badass choice.
That's a badass choice for decade.
True Grit. I gotta say no.
Kudos to you, sir, for the Dredd choice. That's badass. Like the only word I can think is badass.
That is badass. Yeah, Dredd kicks ass. As far as action movies, Dredd should be up there.
Yeah,
with John Wick.
It's like a tight 90 minutes too. It's like
it should be regarded, up there with John Wick. Although it's not as good. Neither is John Wick as The Raid and The Raid 2, which are certainly fucking up there in my top 100.
Yeah, for sure.
Those two movies really changed how modern action films are made.
I mean, they were an influence on and I will say this about the John Wick movies. The sequels, that director, the Chad Stastowski, the guy's taking the helm on those, he's been upping the ante. I'm not going to act like John Wick 2, he didn't, go even bigger. And then with John Wick 3, I was probably like, man, this guy's just, consistently staging these action There's that knife-throwing sequence in John Wick 3. It's just amazing. And, it's just so nice to have a good trilogy. So I'm definitely down with the John Wick love. I'm about that shit. Let's see. Here's a double feature idea. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and Nice Guys. That's not a bad double feature. I could get with that choice.
Anyway, I gotta get going here.
All right, yeah. What's his name? Chad Stolowski. Okay, dude. Well, thanks for being on, man.
Yeah, of course. Let's do this again.
Yeah, when the next Star Wars movie comes out, when the Skywalker saga has its next trilogy, and they say it's the end of the saga because they said that about Revenge of the Sith, but it turns out that wasn't true. I'm thinking about John Lovitz, how he would do that bit, but that wasn't true, was it? When he talks about the critic and Jim Brooks guaranteed 24 episodes, and then it's it got canceled after 18. He's like, so I guess that wasn't true, was it, Mr.
Do it.
John
right.
John Lovitz is the Emperor.
Good talking with everyone.
Yeah. So yeah, over.
Hope I'll be on again soon.
What would you give the movie though, real quick before you leave? 1 out of 10. A 1?
1 out of 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just making sure. See ya.
All right. See ya.
Oh boy, this is the second longest live stream I've ever done. I hope you guys weren't disappointed. I know this was all over the place. I know it stopped being like a Star Wars discussion and became like talk about whatever the fuck you want. To get back to the main point here and just wrap this up, I didn't hate this movie. It's a mess. It's structurally and from a filmmaking standpoint, one of the sloppiest Star Wars movies and blockbusters of the last few years. It's J.J. Abrams' weakest film from that standpoint, and it's just confirms all of the issues that were prominent throughout the other two. And yeah, I was just hoping this was entertaining for you guys. That's what I wanted it to be. But I didn't hate the movie, and I guess I would give it like a 5 out of 10. Maybe a 5.5, and I did like it more than Last Jedi. And I'd probably rewatch it again, even though I don't think it's that good of a movie. And it was and I could definitely see it being boring for most people. But he wasn't telling me to fuck off. And I really appreciated that about it. Thank you for not telling me to fuck off, JJ. I'll see you guys on Sunday for Box Office Addict. Thank you for listening.